I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fam's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while sizzling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one chief rocker at Knicks Universe. Your main man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? What's good? What's good? Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly. Right? Yo, throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scream. Ah. Yo. Check 1 2 1 2. Party people in the place to be. What's good? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Let me bring my main man, Corey Lee. Corey Lee is in the building. Mr. Lee, how you doing?
I am doing well, considering.
Bim. Let me say something real quick, y'all. So, I'm considering, I'm in deep thought about recording one of these Knicks at Night podcasts and throwing it out there for the pod. Hey, Lee, you got YouTube up?
I'm on it through you.
Okay. I heard some feedback, man. You got headphones on? I hear some kind of feedback. I kind of got some kind of feedback going on.
Hold on a second. Let me find my AirPods.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Okay.
Yo.
All right. Dre is in the building. What's good? JJ's in the building. What's good, y'all? I sent the link out to you know what I'm saying, our family, you know, the Blorange Tears family. Greenhouse is in the building. JJ's in the building. Wiz, when is Wiz coming up here? I ain't seen Wiz in a minute. Maybe I need to text that thing to Wiz or whatever. T Smith is in the building. Adam G is in the building, man. What's good? What's good, y'all? Let me do this while Lee work on that. Let me do that right there. Okay. All right. So I was getting to a point, man. I'm thinking about recording one of these Knicks at Night podcasts to throw up on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and all that stuff one night. You know what I'm saying? Selly's in the building. What's good, Sally?
What's up, Freeze?
And I was just telling the Blorange Tears family that one of these nights, probably this week, maybe tomorrow, I want to record the Knicks at Night podcast in a podcast format. But I want to have you guys up there, you know, on the joint, so that when we put it on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and all of that, people will get a taste of what really goes on behind the scenes.
Most definitely.
Yeah, man. And
I appreciate
oh, no doubt.
I appreciate you looking out for me.
Yeah, no doubt, man. We want to give the universe, the Knicks universe, a real shout out to, or a real taste of what this thing sounds like, man. And listen, today I got an alert that the podcast we posted got 150 downloads. 150. That's crazy.
That's what's popping.
Sally, that's overwhelming. Man. Yeah, that's overwhelming, bro.
That's a lot of downloads.
Hell yeah.
So that's just people out there surfing.
That's the start of the beginning.
Yeah, 150 downloads.
I'm proud of you, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, man, we trying to do our thing, man. Thank you, man. And none of this stuff can be done without, and let me say the name specifically. None of this can be done without everybody that contributes. The new school Knicks, old school Knicks, the Knicks at Night podcast, this crew, right? The Knicks Morning Drive, that crew, the Big Boss Man Roundtable, all of that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? None of it can be done without y'all, man. And I shout y'all out as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't notice, you know, I can't, you know, we're not at the stages where, you know, we can all go out and eat steak dinners in Vegas or nothing like that yet. You know what I'm saying? We're not at that stage where we can go do big stuff, but I can shout y'all out, say y'all name in Knicks universe. Nev is in the building.
Yo, Freezy, what's up, man?
Good evening, sir. How you doing? Oh, hold on. He got okay. Oh, there it is.
I'm good.
Good, man. It's good to see you, boss.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see you. So I just want to get this stuff out of the way just real quick. So I want to do one of these Knicks at Night podcasts, man. But I gotta do the disclaimer first, because when we do the audio podcast, you know what I'm saying, you know, I want us to be as natural as possible, but at the same time, you know, when you have the joint where like we're all like it sounds like a living room, then sometimes it's not the best audio for people that's downloading the podcast, right? But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, you want everybody to understand this is really who we are. You know what I'm saying? So
for sure.
So maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, you know, when I give everybody a chance to, you know, get a chance to put their best foot forward, we can kind of shock the world with how we do the Knicks at Night podcast on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? We mainly leave the YouTube stuff on YouTube unless I recorded something specifically for other platforms. You know, I don't recycle stuff. I basically say if you're gonna do premium stuff, like the joint me and Sally did. Sally, remember the joint me and you did in that closed off environment? Yeah. So that was for premium. That was for premium people. You know, exclusive. Well, so I told Sally, like, Sally, listen, it's just gonna be you and I. It's gonna be closed off in a kind of like a sterile environment where we could just go ahead and rock. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe one or two people just rocking the mic, and we'll put that out there for the people that you know that join the channel, like join the channel. Like y'all see people in this chat, like the people in the chat, like Nick G 2K1. You'll see the thing by his name and see his name highlighted. It's because he joined the channel, so he gets extra stuff from the channel. You know what I'm saying? And like Wiz is a member on Patreon, so he gets extra stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm working on some stuff right now. Matter of fact, I can show it to you if y'all want to. Let me show it to you so y'all can see it. And I'm not doing this stuff just for what I'm saying. The reason why I want to show it to everybody, I want to show y'all like the stuff that we're working on. Like this right here is something that I'm working on right now.
That's dope.
Yeah. So for those that do the premium stuff that they want to help the channel grow, you know what I'm saying? The ones that want to help the channel grow, man, you know, we're, you know, putting some stuff. It just takes time for us to do it. So, but anyway, let's get to this OKC game. Wiz, how you doing, Wiz? Wiz, can you hear us?
Look like you froze.
Oh, Wiz froze. Okay.
Here's back.
So let me shout out the Discord family. It's small, but it's growing. Let me shout out the Patreons. It's small, but it's growing. The audio podcast family, let me shout them out. It's small, but that's growing. That's growing like weeds. But anyway, tonight's game, I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. I know, as a Knicks fan, I know that 12 o'clock game on Saturday and Sundays has always been our bugaboo. If you want to see the Knicks come out flat as a bed sheet, schedule the game for 12 o'clock. Right? So we lost to the Thunder. That's no surprise to me. But traditionally, at
there's a lot of
o'clock,
feedback coming in, man. I don't know whose it is, but it's like a fan on the mic. I don't know if I'm the only one hearing it or not.
Yeah, I hear it. Let me see.
Okay. Might be somebody breathing into the mic, might be a fan. I don't know. But it's a lot of feedback.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask, hey, guys, if you're not talking, just mute yourself while you're not talking, and then that way it'll come through. It'll come through. Dope. Dre, how you doing, man? Man, we can't hear you, Dre.
Hello.
There you go. There you go.
I'm doing all right, all things considered. How you guys doing?
Man, we're good. I'm good. But Dre, listen, that 12 o'clock game, you've been a fan long enough to understand that 12 o'clock game on the weekends, or 12 o'clock game period, it has always been a bugaboo. It happens on Saturday night game. The King holiday in January, like that Monday January game that we usually play at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's usually like the Clippers or something when they were really bad. It would be like an early Clipper game.
Yep. It's been the Washington Wizards. It's been a bunch of teams, and we generally lose. Not because of the talent discrepancy, but because 12 o'clock games is our bugaboo, bro.
Maybe that, but we started out the game like it wasn't. And then it just went downhill really, really fast.
It was precipitous and runaway at the same time.
If it wasn't for that, it would have been a 40-point loss.
Yeah. Hey, Wisdom, let me ask you this. Are you ready to start the Fire Thibodeau chants, or are you just chalking this one up to the 12 o'clock start?
You asked me if I'm ready to start it. Yes, I'll tell you what I'm actually the precise time and date that I have for the Fire Thibodeau chant. It is 9:15 a.m. January 2019. That's exactly where I'm talking about 2 years ago. I was fired.
What happened?
Yeah.
I wanted to fire his very existence. His very existence as a Knicks coach. I think that was close to his birthday. I'm sorry. And I'm not an agent because I'm older than all of you on the panel.
You are mean, brother.
I'm sorry. He's got to go. He should have gone 2 years ago. I'm sorry, man.
What happened on that date? If you want to tell us.
I just tried to make on a date that's 2 years ago. And that's why something. I've been ready. Been ready. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna post some tweets you can put up, Breezy, that show how badly we've been playing. If you don't mind.
No. Yo, David is in the building. David says, "Blow up the team." Already. So Wiz, so you're tired of Tibbs already, right? I
like to use the F word. You know, I'm a brother from Jamaica. I like to use the F word. So close your ears if you're too young. First, fire Tibbs. Second, fry the front office. Third, figure out not F word. Figure out the direction. Fourth, I got 4 F words, man. I got words to start to think about. I mean, I want to like finagle a way to get a proper head coach in here. I want to find a good front office. I got F words up the ones.
Finally, F words that fit.
Exactly. I got them, man. I got more for you, man. I'm just saying. Yeah, blow it up. It's time to blow it all up. I mean, everybody's on the table. I love every one of my players that I love. I'm in the hive.
Right.
It's time to change from hives to dens or something. I no longer want to be in the hives. I want to be. I'm burning all the hives up. All the hives should be just.
What about foxholes? Can we call them foxholes? That's an F word. Yes. That's an F word.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good. Freezer, the F word. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. Oh man, it hurts. Today hurts badly. The next one hurts, and then this is just another. It's like that open wound. When they torture prisoners, you heard about torturing prisoners, right? After they had to put like an open wound and then maybe like put a cigarette in there, a hot inside the wound on top of that. That's what happened. That's what happened today, man. Thanks.
Okay. So it's funny that you figure out a way to use F words to flush out our frustrations about firing our frustrating coach Tibbs.
Leo Rose is fraudulent. How about that? Is that good enough?
I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna say flagellant, but same thing.
Hey, yeah, he is flatulence.
Both of them. He is frustratingly flatulent. Yes. All right.
If you really want me to be truthful, don't let me try to get the F word for Dolan. Definitely is can be said on the air. Just want to let you know. I don't want to keep the channel alive. That's it. Okay. Oh
yeah,
man. Yeah.
Ooh, somebody got a thunder mic. Somebody's mic is thunderous. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Nev, you want to jump in here? I know Nev has something. I know Nev has something to say here about Tibbs motivating these kids.
Well, I don't think he's doing a very good job about that. Well, that started since last year to me. So I've been on the bandwagon to fire teams a while back. He was able to convince his best friend that he didn't have all his tools to do a good job, and that's why he still has that position. But there's absolutely no reason that we can't fire the guy now. We should be firing him now because I have said that before. Our kids in the adolescent stages, that's why you see them performing that way, because all it takes is one hit. Literally, they got hit when they should have been prepared for OKC coming back. They were not prepared for that. So when OKC actually didn't lie down,
right?
They just didn't have any answers for OKC, and they should have been prepared that this is going to be a tough game, that OKC is going to come back. You know, that the other coach on the other side was preparing his team, was talking to his team when the Knicks were on that run constantly. And I'm pretty sure he was reminding his team that this team cannot keep up this level of scoring. Because if I'm the other coach, that's what I'm telling my team. This team cannot keep up this level of scoring. While on Thibodeau should be telling his team, hey, this team has a tendency of coming back. You just not go blow this team. This is going to be a close game. We are going to have a close game. So we're going to prepare for a close game. If we happen to blow them out, that's all great. But we know we're going to be in a dogfight.
Okay.
Our team is just not prepared for that, Breezy. And anytime they get hit with a punch, that's it. They're done.
Okay.
I'm surprised, by the way, Freezer, sorry to jump in, but the other night I listened to the podcast, you and Nev. I'm surprised his SQ was, I disagree with what you have to say. When you ask him a question, he proposed two opposite points of view. And he goes, I totally disagree with you. He was so mad. He was like, is the sky green or the sky blue? He goes, I disagree with your opinion. That was one answer. Then he asked you two opposing questions.
Yeah.
And choices were. I'm sorry. I was just cracking up that night. Sorry, Dev.
Yeah, but
That's all good. That's all good ways.
yeah, man. It's. I think we are in a precarious situation. Let me find a word that maybe fits how I feel about what Tibbs and not Tibbs, but maybe the way the front office is put together, which puts us in this situation with Tibbs. So I feel like maybe the people in leadership are maybe let me
Y'all
I
gotta
don't know.
do something about them mics, man.
Yeah, man. We
You
got
can't rock like that. Dre too. Sorry,
yeah,
bro. Your mic's got a
you
lot
can
of
hear the
feedback.
background.
You
Oh,
can hear your mic. Y'all with these super
is it?
fine mics, bro. Like,
Nah, it's not. I don't have any feedback. That's definitely not me. If anything, you
Okay.
probably heard my background TV if that was it. But I
Sounds
don't.
yeah,
good.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't have any. I just turned it off. My bad.
Yeah. It was, but no. Yeah, we need to work. Yeah, we definitely gotta have to work that out before we do the audio podcast thing.
Yeah. If you're doing audio podcasts, that ain't gonna rock, bro.
Nah,
Nah, you need to be crisp, clear, and concise.
Yeah, we'll figure. Yeah, we'll definitely figure that out. But listen, the thing I want to say is this. The Knicks not being prepared, bro. I think it's part of that noon thing is real. But at the same time, bro, when are we gonna start counterpunching?
Wow.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit deeper than just counterpunching. It's actually just playing sound defense on the other end. Because teams, I'll give you a statistic, Freezy. Coming into today, the Knicks had given up 247 wide open three-pointers. Parentheses, no defender within 6 feet of the shooter, which is absolutely terrible. NY is one of only two teams in the NBA allowing more than 20 open threes per game. We're allowing more than 20 open threes per game. And if you go back and watch these clips, it's like guys that are not used to guarding the perimeter. Like for instance, I was watching a clip where Sims was guarding Pokachevsky, right? And Sims is not used to guarding on the perimeter. So Pokachevsky set a screen for another small, and Sims is just staring, like looking like he doesn't know that he's supposed to jump up. It's like hedge or do something or anything. And it's just like constantly we're watching Sims in the drop, we're watching Isaiah Hartenstein in the drop, we're watching Randall in the drop, and they're letting guys get free reign into the paint. And then they get the kick, and then that's it. It's completely over. And every team scouts us knows that they're going to get the open three once they get dribble penetration, no matter what.
Right.
So it's just we're not. It's a roster problem, but we're also not being coached correctly how to defend these shots that we're getting obliterated with.
I absolutely agree, and we mention it. We mention it often here. Now we might call it by different names, right? Like we might call it by different things, but we often point out those backside switches and top of the key switches that left Dean Wade and Kevin Love wide open. The Cleveland game is a classic example of what Dre said.
We thought it was a blip on the radar, but nope, that's who we are.
It is systemic. Right, and the thing about something being systemic is you can't blame the parts in the system. You have to blame the system, because if you're trained, damn near scolded to do a certain thing, when you don't do that thing, you'll get pulled from the game, and then we're living and dying by teams knocking down threes. Is it Julius Randle's fault he's late on a closeout, or Jericho Sims? Or is it the fact that they don't want to leave that paint open for anything?
It depends, because a lot of the times Randall is the weak side help because he's not the center.
Right.
But the center has way more responsibility in the Tibbs defense to drop to the paint, and a lot of alignments would have Randall like in a quasi wing defender role. So some of the closeouts on Randall's is some of it is on effort, in my opinion, but not all of them are on effort, but some of them are.
Okay.
With Sims, he just looks lost half the time. Because Sims tries real hard, but he just be lost. He don't really know how to read like when there's certain off ball like screens being set. He doesn't know how to read it in the perimeter. He's not used to guarding guys on the perimeter, and they're never really asked him to outside of the odd like trap that we do. But it's not really like it's complicated stuff, and you can see that it's like overwhelming Sims and on a game to game basis in the half court.
Right, bro. It's
So,
frustrating, bro.
You know, I'm glad you referenced it. You said when are we going to counter punch? I'm glad you mentioned that. You know Tyson's quote about everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth?
Yes.
The styles of martial arts, since I got to use my reference for my background, like Muay Thai or Hung Gar, where the block is the attack. When you throw a kick to a Muay Thai's leg, that shin that he's developed after years of hardening,
right,
sometimes damages your leg more than it hurts him.
Right.
Well, you know when your parents is going to hurt you more, it's going to hurt you. When they hit at you, you gotta counterattack, not just take the blow and get flustered. We have none of our team, maybe Campton a little bit today, seem to show the ability to do a counterattack, to punch back. They just get the blow and they get flustered and they get wobbled and their knees start to shake and their eyes go a little blurry. You ever knocked out, Cruzy?
Yes.
I've almost been, but you know the point where it starts to see dark, it starts to go dark. That's what happens to a player, and they don't know what to do, so they somehow evolve enough to
part of it is fatigue. Part of it is not even the blow. Some of it is you're so tired that it's just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, have I been knocked out? With the unfortunate thing about me, I've been blessed with a chin. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing you can give a fighter, right? The worst thing you can get a fighter is a chin, because you get hit, you absorb the intentional damage, right, that anybody else would have took. But the person with the chin is still standing. That means they can take more punishment. The person with less of a chin would fall and would take less punishment, right? But I was cursed with a chin, right? And so I understand what you're saying, Wiz. But the thing I would say to that, to just what you said, is, for one, if your shin game is not tight, you need to get a dough roller. You ever seen a roller that you roll out cakes and stuff with, and roll that on your shins? You ever do that, Wiz?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you know where I'm going. Okay, so I just let out one of the tricks of the trade. I'm sorry, I should have kept the cat in the bag. But the two in the Knicks case, in the Knicks case, what I think we need to do is probably be more physical on defense and stop worrying about fouls. Like if you gamble for a block or something like that, be physical and take the physicality to the other team, because you're going to get called for the foul anyway.
Exactly. You speak, you're preaching, man. But you know, in Hung Gar, and I can even say it in karate, when you throw a punch, I don't deflect. Most kung fu exercise, you deflect. You simply deflect and use the person's force against them, right? Sometimes, especially even when Chun does it, it's a slight even touch and grab, so they keep going the same direction.
Okay.
The hard styles, actually, when you throw that punch, no matter what it is, they don't pull your jab back fast enough. When I'm blocking you, I'm using my bone. I don't go bone against bone. As your arm passes me, I want to hit your bone. I don't want to give you a Charlie horse or whatever, your little flinch, and you're like, oh, I didn't want to throw a punch at you. That's how you want these guys to attack. Don't come into the paint. You come in the paint, you're going to be like, oh, I'm not going back there again. There's no fear about anyone. SGA, Gil, they had no fear of going to the paint against us. Zero.
That's because Mitch wasn't there, if you want to keep it real.
But you can't depend on one player. Oh, come on. Go ahead.
Mitch Robinson, the answer to this game.
No, no. I mean, he's not going to stop them from clobbering us from three, but he'd at least protect the rim.
I think
That's
everyone needs to
the only
stop
thing.
thinking. And Freezy, you said something earlier about this being a 12 a.m. game, a 12 p.m. game.
Right.
This is the Thunder traveling to the East Coast to play a 12 p.m. game.
I understand that.
So if anybody had any disadvantage to the clock, it was them.
Exactly.
I ain't buying that.
I was up at 8 a.m. I mean,
hold on.
Okay.
Sally, buy it.
I'm not buying it.
Buy
it.
it. Sally.
No, I think every
Sally,
NBA team has a hard time playing the afternoon games.
Not Sally. What I'm saying, whether it's every team or not, listen to me. Whether it's every team or not, this thing with the Knicks is real. We've been talking about it we've been talking about this for about 6 years.
Yep.
And none of this has changed in 6 years, bro. None of it.
I feel like every team feels that way though. Anytime they kind of get like out of like Dallas played Orlando at 5:30 and lost. Like anytime anything's off schedule, I do think that it definitely messes with the psyche or muscle memory. To be honest with you,
there's a little bit of that, but this is a pattern. I mean,
I think OKC playing, at 8 a.m. their time.
Freezy.
Yes.
It's really like 11 for them, but still, it's weird.
But the thing about this is the Knicks, we know it's an issue, and the Knicks know it's an issue.
Right.
And when we do it, they still come out.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's like I know when Saturday is the 13th, it's just a bad day for me, right? Let me ask you a question. Is the Thunder not as bad as what everyone thinks they are on the schedule? They're not an easy win no more. Not with SGA and Giddey. They're just not.
They have the same record as the Knicks. So
I know. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, and who has the better? Like, this was an eye-opening game for me. Like for the Knicks, it should be an eye-opening game to the fans, 100%.
If you have a 6 and 17, you'd rather it be in that composition of youth doing it than.
I don't know if y'all see your schedule, but you literally could go on an 8-game losing streak.
Yeah,
it's gonna get rough on that trip.
You're literally looking at a possible 8-game losing streak. So the question is, do you fire Tibbs after this insane death track across the desert? Or do you fire him? You can't fire him before.
It's rare to fire a guy like in the middle of a trip though, like a middle of a road trip. Usually they do it when he comes back.
Right.
Yeah.
So he should be getting fired right at the beginning of December. Because this stretch that the Knicks are about to go on is really going to test everybody. This ain't even a joke. This got to be the hardest lineup, I think, in the NBA. Jazz, Nuggets, Warriors, Suns, Thunder again, Trailblazers, Grizzlies, Pistons, whatever. Then the Bucks. That's how you wrap up November.
And it's the Jazz and the Nuggets in high altitude because both places are high altitude. So in a back-to-back.
And then you come back and start December off with Mavericks, Cavs, Hawks. What happens if the Knicks go 2-11 or something like that?
Yeah, Tibbs is not going to be here.
Right. Yeah. So the fireworks are coming, New York.
Yeah.
There's some fireworks coming, and I think they should. I think the New York Knicks should do exactly what OKC has done: become a salary dump team, and collect draft picks, and just do it that way. There's just no other way. You're not going to get. I mean, think about this, man. Literally, no one wanted to trade for Spider because of Grimes and Cam Reddish and Obi, and this is 145 points.
Well, even if I feel like, bro, they should have done a trade, but what they got back from the Cavs retroactively, it's actually better than whatever we were going to offer.
Oh yeah, they definitely got a better deal. Yeah.
Like even if you look at it now, but at the time, people thought maybe our assets were worth more. But now looking at it retroactively, they got way better. They got a way better deal than whatever we were offering, even if we were to throw in RJ.
Oh yeah.
So
I agree with that.
Drake,
so it's like, yeah.
Don't you think it's coaching because they have a better coach than us? Because they don't have any established plays.
They have a bunch of established NBA players. They may not have a superstar, but they have a lot of good players.
Who, the Jazz?
Pretty much.
Markkanen's established. Clarkson's established. Conley's established. Vanderbilt's established. These are all established NBA
A
players.
six man.
Are you talking about the
on
Utah
that team.
Jazz? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm confused. Are you talking about the Utah Jazz now after the deal, or are you talking about the haul that they got from Cleveland?
The haul they got from Cleveland.
Yeah,
Let's take it from before the season started. Would we be sitting here and say Utah would be 10-4 or something like that, or anything
No.
to that close?
No.
My assumption is that they would have been tanking, but
Right. They wouldn't have been trying. That was my assumption. They're actually trying.
No, but tanking is not a player's. That doesn't think to the player. I mean, when we talk about tanking, we're talking about the organization where they want to go, not necessarily the players, because the players want to play ball. If I'm a player, I want to play ball. I'm not concerned about tanking, but the organization might want to tank. So they might want to play younger players, or maybe if the older players are not good, they might want to play the older players. So that's why I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to make the distinction here. Yeah. So
they're trying. Yeah, they're trying. Is that what you're saying? Like that they're actually trying to put out a good product out there. I can agree
because
and
I don't even think maybe the management was thinking of tanking, but the coaches and the players will just, hey, we want to play. We want to show that we're capable of winning games. To me, that would be my mindset as a coach.
Yeah, they're all competitors. But
I mean, everyone on the Knicks is trying to win, but
right.
I mean, including Tibbs. It's just Tibbs' philosophies are outdated. Like everyone is trying to win. Nobody's trying to lose, but there's a discrepancy in how the talent is being used.
Right.
Okay.
You think the Thunder is better than the Knicks, though? I mean, out of this game? Because even if the Knicks win this game, that's what I was saying. Even if you come back and win, it's already lost. It's like
better in what way? What way, Sully?
I mean, just the future. The Thunder is.
The future is way.
The future is brighter. Yeah, the future is brighter.
Why wouldn't the Knicks copy the Thunder? Because you're literally starting at the same spot. You have your SGA
because the NBA is. I was going to answer. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to answer that. I'm going to say because we're New York, and New York feels like we can always insert something and instantly win.
Right.
That's the problem.
Because it's a business, man. Like the business model. If the Knicks make the playoffs, they generate a ton of money, no matter what happens. Which is why we strive for mediocrity and barely scratching out to get to the playoffs, because you saw what happened when we actually made the playoffs.
Right.
The city went crazy.
Right. And you know what? And Sally, I'll say this too. I've been saying this for about 30 years. Right. The thing is, the Knicks always win, bro. That's why the league hates us. The Knicks always win. Like all the things that go with winning, the Knicks always do in spades, except winning a championship. All the other stuff that go with the franchise being a winner, we win. Like for instance, the lights don't shine brighter in Oakland, California, or what do they play now? San Francisco. The lights don't. Santa Clara. They play in Santa. It's like the whole Bay. It's like San Jose, Santa Clara, San Francisco, Oakland. All of the lights don't shine brighter there than they do in New York, right?
Right.
We win there, right? In terms of value of the franchises, the Knicks shine brighter than anybody else, right? In terms of making money, the Knicks win at that too, right? When it comes to celebrities, the Knicks win at everything except the on the court product.
Basketball.
Yeah. Except the on the court product. That's undisputed.
Like Freezy, like the Warriors value is technically more than the Knicks right now, but it's based on them being successful.
It's also based on Silicon Valley money. It's all
of course, Sully. But once they actually once they're not actually good anymore, however long that takes, their value will plummet. While the Knicks can just hover in the same stratosphere no matter what happens on the court.
Because the Warriors have to win 60 games.
So
and win a
basically,
chip, and we have to win 38 games.
The New York Knicks are the Chicago Cubs. No matter how bad you do, they'll still love you, and they'll still come.
Yeah,
just like the Cubs.
Yeah.
Just like the Cubs.
I don't like that.
Win.
I don't like that.
Or let me give you a better.
That's what we're saying.
Well, let me give you a better example. The Dallas Cowboys. Not the Dallas Cowboys. See, the Dallas Cowboys don't have to win a championship, right?
Right.
But they are going to be the most popular NFL team in the league, regardless of them winning the championship or not.
America's game.
Yeah. And think about this. Think about the similarities, right? Think about the similarities. When they were great, and when they were great, we were great. They have a cathedral. We have a cathedral, right? We can be 41-41. They can be 8-8.
Yeah.
Right. But if we don't make the playoffs, nobody wants to see the doggone Cleveland Cavaliers versus Charlotte Hornets in the playoffs.
They have a much maligned control freak owner. Well, Dolan used to be a control freak, falling back, but you know.
But you see the compare. It's Notre Dame football, right? It's Notre Dame football. It's the Dallas Cowboys. It's the New York Knicks. Like all of us are in the same realm of, regardless if we're good or not. When we do. Yeah.
People care. No matter what happens, people care.
Yeah.
By the way, the Knicks are still valued as number one.
The Knicks are valued at number one. Yes.
Yeah.
I saw the most recent Forbes where they put the Warriors at like $7 billion and the Knicks are like 5 or something like that. But that's based on their success, their recent success, and their
new stadium
sponsorships and and the PSLs and all that other stuff that come with being the Warriors.
And because they all have those Silicon
The latest
Valley
stat I saw was 6.12 billion Knicks, 6.03 billion Warriors.
Either way,
I mean, it's either way. 1 or 2, who cares? 1A, 1B.
But the point is still the same. The Warriors would not be there if they were 41-41.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Right.
No matter what Silicon Valley, like, that helps, absolutely helps. But if they were not a great basketball team, they would not care. Just like I remember when I was younger and I used to watch the Knicks games, like on the West Coast, we would go out to Golden State and their arena would be half empty.
Jazz fans are like that. Jazz fans and Nuggets fans, they're a pretty committed fan base. I'm not saying
diehards. That is the diehards, but we have way more casual fans that are willing to shell money out to go.
Just the dense population of New York just makes that it's a numbers game. So, but I mean, you look at Nugget fans, you look at Jazz fans. There's nothing out there else for them to root for. They're going to root for something. Colorado Avalanche. They care
Denver
about
Broncos.
it,
Broncos fans are crazy too.
Yeah, Broncos. Yep. So I mean, but I'm really curious about this stretch. I'm just looking at the schedule. What's the Knicks are leading into? Man, the rest of November is so rough.
It's tough, man. If the Knicks were actually good, the valuation would be over $10 billion or something silly. Like if they were actually good.
Yo, did everyone feel like, since Freezer has mentioned the boxing reference, anyone felt like George Foreman today in Rumble in the Jungle, rope it up? We threw our punches in the first quarter.
You got beat up by Duran's. You got beat up by Roberto Duran today. That's what happened. George Floyd was kind of like that Nets game. I mean, not George Floyd. George Foreman. Yeah, my bad.
That got a little dark, man.
Damn. George Foreman.
I was completely accidental. I don't know.
Yeah, that was definitely. I don't even know where that came from. That must just be the subliminal mind working on these edibles.
Oh man,
that's funny. But yeah, I thought George Foreman would be the next game. We'll try to quickly and nicely move off of that.
No, but the next game we got beat from the start. This game we threw punches in the first quarter. We were wailing. Those punches were coming.
Right.
And it was like rope a dope. Okay, go ahead. That's all you got. Then as soon as they got a chance, they threw 2 punches and we were on our back.
But we should have known. They kept up their pace, man. They scored 35 in the first quarter.
It is tough, man.
If you multiply 35 by 4, it's 140 points. So what do they score? 100 and what? 42, 140.
45.
Yeah. So
Oh
45.
man,
they kept at their pace. We didn't keep up our pace.
Giddy
That's
had a
what happened.
triple double, right? So I mean, that's
wow.
24, 12, and 10. You
Yep.
know, and then you got Dort.
SGA had like 35 and 10 or something.
Yeah,
something silly.
SGA. That's a very good backcourt. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You have the Knicks
Yeah,
backcourt
Leaks.
between RJ and Jalen, and then you have OKC. Their backcourt is not even. You know what's going to happen when Jalen Brunson has to go up against that in the NBA playoffs.
But the thing is,
not
the
even
thing is,
comparable.
the thing is, OKC's offense is actually not that good.
I know.
They get a lot of second chance. They get a lot of. They play hard, man. They're just one of those teams that can sometimes just beat you off a will.
Before this game, OKC shot 31.8% in non-garbage time play from three, which ranks as 29th in the league out of 30.
Mm-hmm.
And they were lighting us up because they kept getting open threes.
They just,
Yep.
yeah. I mean, that's really it.
That was
They just shot
embarrassing.
better from the three. They had 7 more 3-pointers, but 145 points, man. I mean,
They're legitimately one of the worst offensive teams in the league outside of SGA.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And they lit us up for 145. That speaks to bad coaching. That's what it is,
Yeah.
man.
Right.
That's it. Yes.
That is bad coaching. That is bad perimeter defense. That is teaching your players where not to be. Because if you watch the game, if you watch the replays, there's just guys out of position with terrible communication. It's like complete defensive breakdowns. And I'm not even gonna put I'm not gonna put all of it on like the guard play because Jalen Brunson is not a good defender. He can play in good team defenses. Like I already said this multiple times before. The Mavericks have Luka Doncic and Brunson starting games for them, and they were a top 5 defense last year.
Yeah. And I can tell, and you know why, because you've obviously gone back and watched it. They'd always rotate Brunson to Luka to the corners. They would just try to have them on the corner shooters, and then let the wing defenders deal with the drive.
They would have Bullock deal with point of attack. They'd have their other wings take on the harder. Yeah, they would take out the harder perimeter problems, and then they would switch everything if it came down to it.
And Luka can go, and Luka can play the 5 because of his size. And
he can guard forwards and 5, so he's not gonna get bullied.
Right.
He's not gonna get bullied.
Right. Luka's okay guarding a average 5 in the NBA for a rotating on him, but you don't have that on the Knicks.
We have good enough players to play above average defense. We've done it before.
We do.
It's just this coach and his principles are terrible.
Yeah, I was just about to say that because there are many times he is actually screaming at his players to get on the rim or get to the other side to double team. The guy on the weak side, he always wants that guy on the weak side underneath the rim. I don't know why. I don't know the fear he has, what's driving him. But it's like a madman trying to get the weak side guy to the opposite side. I like, why? You know,
he's treating it like it's 2007 NBA, like we're not in 2022, where teams will gladly take the 3-pointer, the long jumper over the layup. Like teams will take that if you give it to them. If you give them both 2 open shots, some teams will just take the open 3 over the open layup. And you keep trying to like opt out like that's normal. Like, no, man, there's a reason. There's a common theme why we keep getting obliterated from 3.
Yep.
Even my teams that can't shoot the 3 that well.
Yep. I mean, to be honest with you, if you go back and watch the Warriors series when you saw Brunson playing defense, he's one of the reasons why the Mavericks lost. I mean, it is what it is. Like,
of course. But like, guys get exploited in a series. Like, you're going to try to target a guy in a series. But in the odd NBA game from guys like traveling overnight, if you're getting exploited the same way by different teams with different coaching staffs all across the country, that means you're doing something very, very wrong.
Definitely.
And I also
somebody got some echo in the back, man. Somebody got an echo
Yeah,
when Dre
I'm trying to
was talking.
see. Well, I'm trying to see who the echo's from.
Is it me?
Everyone else, I'm
Yeah, I
going on
think it's
mute.
Nev. I think it's Nev, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. By the way, I was mistaken, Freezy. January 17th was Tim's birthday. That's the
Okay.
day I would fire him back in 2020.
You're a cold man, Wiz. You're a very, very cold man.
No, it's a gift to him because then he
No,
wouldn't hear us talking about him like this right now. He wouldn't have to go through all this torture and pain and
Tibbs
suffering.
wouldn't know what to do without basketball, man.
He would have been able to go get a woman. He'd been relaxing right down the islands, maybe in Jamaica
Yeah.
on the beach with a woman, getting his groove on.
Oh
Get
yeah,
his
the
groove
echo's
back.
coming from Wisdom. Wisdom, put on some headphones
Oh, okay.
if you
Yeah,
can. Just put on some
my
headphones.
headset died. That's why.
Okay, got you.
Okay, let me put on the new set. But that's what I was doing.
No, I don't know. God
Well-
dang Knicks. It's funny. It's a funny conversation.
Crazy. I know I said I wanted to give him 10 more games, but I don't know. If it's going to be 10 more like this, Jesus Christ. I don't know if that I can take it.
Look at the next 10 you got, Corey. Look at the next 10 games that the Knicks are playing.
Corey's heart is not taking it no more.
Well, you're gonna be, if you smoke cigarettes, you'll be up to 2 packs a day after this schedule.
Bro, I went through a pack today.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm looking at the box score again. OKC scored 86 points over the second and third quarters.
They had 120 points in the third quarter, dude. Like, how do you go in the locker room and look at your teammates in the face and go, "Yeah, we'll be fine"? There's nothing fine. It's like the meme, the guy around a bunch of fire. Like everything's fine. Yeah, nothing's fine.
I honestly feel like I don't know if they gave up on them, man, or they just they checked out, or they just not. I don't know, man.
They got played by a bigger team, Corey. You got you got 2 6'8" guards, bro.
But their inside presence wasn't existent. That's the thing. Like their interior, they had no interior presence.
Oh, I'm talking about why they're on defense. If you can't control your guy, you're not. I mean, you're going to exert a lot of energy on that defensive side of the ball. You're not going to have a lot of it. I mean, that's one reason. I mean, it could be one thing. That's the only thing. But
guys, sometimes I can point at the thing that caused us the game, whether it's a Tibbs rotation or some
Tibbs is panicking, man.
But today, I couldn't find anything we could have done to stop the bleeding today. I could not find one.
Hey, man.
There was no doctor in the house.
Man, we played the whole fourth quarter with Evan Fournier in the lineup. This is how you know Tibbs is scrambling and like panicking, trying to figure something out.
Why did Grimes only get 8 minutes? Did he get hurt?
No. Tibbs is just grasping for straws.
So basically, Tibbs is looking at that future schedule and he realizes he's done. And today that's basically what it is. You know how like when you start doing really bad at your job, you're like, well, it's just about time before I get fired.
You know what it is? Like Tibbs based his whole defense, I feel like, on Mitchell Robinson existing or there being an elite rim protector in at all times. Like we were
Mitchell Robinson, Rudy Gobert. Oh yeah, look how like come on.
He's not, but he's trying to like base our defense around having a rim protector, which is why we were decent with Noel out there.
I'm not mocking anybody on the panel. I'm mocking Tibbs. I'm mocking him. Like I'm mocking him and his mindset if he thinks that Mitchell Robinson is a good enough 5 to game plan his defense around. I'm not mocking you guys, but what I'm saying is I think really what Tibbs is doing is looking at the next 10 games and going, I'm not prepared for that.
I think we really hit our comeuppance because the last 2 years, even though we technically guarded the 3 well, their teams were missing a ton of open like threes, and the fourth seed teams are just missing, bro. Teams are just missing for whatever reason. They were just missing a lot of their corner threes against us. And now it's like it's all like karma. Like they're all just destroying us for the same defensive principles over and over.
And you got
somebody got to do something to get with that.
Somebody,
echo, man.
Yeah, somebody's still playing.
I can hear the echo. I just don't know.
Someone's playing their secondary thing. They're watching the game when they're watching the
Or,
show.
or they don't
on
have
the
headphones
device.
in. Yeah, you gotta put
I
headphones.
got my headphones in.
Yeah, I got headphones in.
I'm rocking a headset, so I think it's Wiz at the move.
No, I've been muting myself. So
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
Dre,
mute,
Dre,
mute,
mute
mute.
you. Mute you, Dre.
All right, all right.
All right,
Someone to
everybody's
speak.
everybody's
How about
muted
this?
except for me and Lee.
And I'm not
Yeah.
muted right now either. I'm not muted.
Yeah, yeah, and Wiz is not muted too. So it's
someone else.
yeah.
All right, one at a time. Everybody come off mute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That's me. It's not me. I don't think it's me.
Right.
No.
Right.
Not me.
No. Next.
All right, Dre, come off mute.
I've been off mute this whole time.
Okay, well, it's none of us. It's Nev.
Nev? Yeah.
Nah.
No, I've been mute. I've been mute for almost half.
And then, where did it go?
Did it go?
I'm gonna tap my mic to see.
Check one. Mic check. Mic check one. Yo.
Microphone check. Microphone checker. Yeah.
Okay.
Microphone check.
Oh, man.
Well, it's fixed.
Yo,
Oh,
man.
there it goes.
But did anyone see a way? If you were the coach today, did you see any path to stopping the bleeding today? Did anyone see a path
No.
to stopping the bleeding?
Nope.
No, man. No.
That's the sad part. That's sad. Against OKC. Not even on the lead.
That's why I tuned into my Giant game early.
But
exactly.
The Thunder and this is what it is. The Thunder has an all-star. SGA is an all-star. And Giddey is on his way to being an all-star.
Yep.
So it isn't as if they don't have ball handlers, and this is what makes teams that have two good ball handlers dangerous.
Right.
This is why I have been saying Jalen Brunson is not a point guard. Do not think just because he gets you 7 assists or 6 assists, he is a point guard. He's not. He is a ball handling scoring guard. And he
playmaker.
He is. He's not John Stockton.
No, he is not.
So everybody wanted them, and I'm not trying to hate. I'm not trying to the told you so game, but he's not even Ricky Rubio.
Playmaking wise, no.
He is a playmaking guard that needs a point guard on the floor with him. And this is why he vibes so well with Luka.
Right.
But so there's nothing that a coach could have done today to stop the bleeding.
No.
Why do we
Not on the fly. You would have had to have practices to fix that.
Wiz, what's your follow-up question though?
If no coach could have stopped that, then this game should not decide on Tibbs' future. This game should have no effect on Tibbs' future because there's no one who could have stopped today's game.
Not in the game, but he could have stopped it with figuring out our defense before we even got to this point. Like, this is terrible defense that we've exhibited the entire year.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay then.
And OKC is amongst the worst teams in offense in the NBA. Like I just said, they were 29th from 3. 29th out of 30 teams.
So today's game basically exposed us more of what we already were.
Basically.
Which basically means, so Tibbs comes at the Tibbs and the front office not having the right lineup, the right personnel, and the right
It's not the personnel. It's strategy. It's strategy and preparation.
God, I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find something to save us, man.
Because I truly don't believe it's the players that are this bad at covering 3-point shots. It's what they're being taught to do.
When you don't have a floor general, this is what happens. This is what happens to the majority of NBA teams that don't have floor generals.
But I mean, there are good defensive teams that don't have a great point guard on it. We're talking about them allowing a bunch of threes. Like, we lost because we gave them 145 points.
Because
we scored 135. That's not the offense was not the issue. The defense was the issue.
There is a personality.
There's been an issue.
It's not there. They don't have. It's just not there. It's just not a vibe. It's just what it is. Some teams don't vibe, and this team is not vibing. A vibing team don't let this happen, man.
Right. Exactly. I'm trying to think that no matter what Tim said to you and trained you and prepared you for, you're on that floor and you just see that these guys are lighting you up, driving kickouts, perimeter defense is
It,
rough.
it's
Isn't there
what Tibbs taught
something?
them, which is why they're letting that happen.
Nah, this ain't. This is so. I think Tibbs is part of the problem,
Yes,
but
but
it's not what Tibbs taught them. It's they've only had
Man,
13
bro,
games together.
I just told you the Knicks are one of two teams allowing 20 open threes per game. That isn't just effort, man.
Well, it's
They
also
are out of position because they're taught to be out of position, bro.
okay. All right.
okay.
You
Well-
cannot give up 20 open threes per game and just say
Right.
just blame it on effort. It's not all just effort because we have a bunch of guys that try really hard, but they're out of position. There's lack of communication. It's just terrible
Right.
breakdowns and no recoveries, and that's because we have our guy on the weak side overselling to protect the rim every single time down.
JJ's right, Brunson. You guys are playing 5 versus 4 every single night on the defensive end. I said it before tip off of the season. I'm saying it now, and that's the truth. Jalen Brunson was one of the reasons that he couldn't even play in the Clippers series. Man, Rick Carlisle couldn't even put Jalen Brunson in to the Clipper series in the playoffs because of his defense, and y'all are getting. And I said this before tip-off, and I got a lot of pushback. And now 10 games in, 12 games in, it's 4 versus 5 on the defensive end. It's what it is.
Okay. So on your team, on your perfect team, Jalen Brunson is what, your backup point guard?
Jalen Brunson is a backup point guard in the NBA. Yes. I don't care that you can score 18 points. He ain't scoring 18 points in FIBA.
No, I'm not
Okay?
disagreeing with you.
He ain't doing
I'm
that in
actually-
FIBA. He's not going over to FIBA right now and dropping 20 a game. He ain't doing that because guess what? There's no 3-second clock. There's no 3-second clock. So my point is that just because you can score 18 points in the NBA game, that's like scoring 12 back in the 90s, dude. That's not important anymore. Give me 32 a night. Give me 28.
Wow.
That's when you're an elite offensive scorer. Malik Monk can get you 14.
Well, let's hold on. Let's say this real quick.
All right.
So Brunson's thing that the 19, so he's averaging 19.8 and 6.8 assists.
Right.
My thing is I agree with Selly. I'm just not gonna say it like how Selly says it. Our delivery system is different. Right? Our delivery system is different, basically.
You do service with a smile. I push you through, and it is what it is. Like right.
In my opinion, at this point to date, Jalen Brunson is not a difference maker. He is not. We are on the same path that we were on with or without Jalen Brunson. Now, does having another production?
Yeah, you muted yourself, Rizzy.
No, that's Amazon microphone muted, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I got one too.
It's crazy. It's just random, bro. It wasn't. I didn't do that intentionally. It's just. But yeah, is Jalen Brunson a difference maker to date? No, because a difference maker would not allow the absurdity we saw today against Oklahoma City, especially from a young leader, because that's what he is for us. Because at the end of the day, if you just look at personnel outside of position, Jalen Brunson is a leader of this franchise now. That's what we brought him in to be a part of this young leadership team. You know, of Mitchell Robinson. You know, same draft. Mitchell Robinson, Jalen Brunson, same draft, right? RJ Barrett, he came out a year after those two. You know what I'm saying? So Cam Reddish came out a year after those two. Whether you speak to age or not, the age don't matter. I'm talking about draft years and years in the league, right? You know what I'm saying? So Brunson, Mitch, Hartenstein, RJ. Brunson, all these guys are there. They came out around the same time, so you expect them to be the leaders of this franchise. And right now, are any of these dudes difference makers? No.
Can I ask you a question? Why isn't Randall considered a leader?
No. I'm talking about. I think Randall's part of the leadership team. I'm talking about this group, though. This you know, so because Evan Fournier is a leader, Rose and Randall.
Ugh,
You know,
Evan Fournier being a leader. Oh my God, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, in terms of pound for pound, I ain't gonna lie to you. Pound for pound, I think he might be the best leader on the team. Right? If you go pound for pound, but
he's the most accomplished.
Yes, and
I mean,
and leadership is not scoring 50 a game. Leadership is about taking a man, looking him in the eye, and communicating the truth, and having that man understand the truth and buy into the team goal. And not and the thing about leadership. This is the thing because I've been a leader of men for a long time in a lot of different circles. The thing about being a leader is not having the confidence to jump in front of the group and say, hey, follow me. That's not leadership. Leadership is the group picking out one that represents them and pushing that man forward as the leader of the group because they believe in him. People have entrusted me with that. Like I've been in circles where they're like, no, man, Uncle Freddie, stop playing. You know, just go, you know what I'm saying? You know all the technical stuff. Like you know how to talk to the old heads. You know how to talk to the young fellas. You know all the technical stuff. You know how to. We want you to lead us to this thing. Will you always be the leader? No. At some point, we'll pick somebody else and whatever. But for this moment, which and this stitch of time that I'm referring to, is not this season, right, or the next game, but this rebuilding process. You need to have guys to lead us to the promised land. Now, once you get to the promised land, will you need somebody else to take over the reins and take you to the next step? Probably. It's like Moses taking the Israelites out of Egypt, taking them to what's the name? He gets to the promised land, he can't go because he got blood on his hand, a whole bunch of biblical stuff. But his brother, Aaron, is the one that gets them out of the wilderness and takes them into the promised land. You feel what I'm saying? So you don't have to have, you don't have to have like a one guy, a William Wallace, for example. People think William Wallace was just, the guy. He was just better than everybody else, and he just led his tribe, you know what I'm saying, against the English. Nah. Those people believed in him, and they pushed him forward. You know what I'm saying? And he could say they could take our such and such, but they'll never take our freedom. And y'all heard that part before. And the thing about that is he rallied them. That was their cry, but he didn't invent those words. People had been telling him that the whole time. So when he finally got in front, all he did was say the same thing that they had been telling him the whole time. Leadership. That's the thing I'm saying about Brunson. Brunson is brought into that. They had been telling Brunson this stuff the whole time. Like, this is what we want to go. We want you to help us get to this thing. And so they pushed him out front to be the leader. Dre, think about this. Does Jalen Brunson, if you had to write a Hollywood script for the Knicks, does Jalen Brunson look like the person you would pick out of Hollywood to lead the Knicks?
No.
Hell no.
No.
He's the opposite of everything, bro. He's not tall. He's not terribly charismatic.
But if we go by Disney movies, they probably shoe him in as the unlikely hero because he doesn't look the part.
Because he don't look the part, right?
Kind of like Leon Rose.
Leon Rose.
To piggyback off what Sully was saying, if a guy isn't that good on defense, they need to be extraordinarily good on offense to overcome that. Like Isaiah Thomas on the Celtics that one year when he was averaging damn near 30.
Like Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson is the best example.
I would say Steph Curry is the best.
Well, okay.
He isn't great defensively. He is not. He's improved, but he's still not great.
How do you think? I think if Allen Iverson was in the NBA right now, Steph Curry, the highlight tape that AI would put on Steph Curry's ankles would be insane. Right. It's not even this. This is the one. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter ever to live. Right? I give him that. Okay. There's no one better.
I think it's Larry Bird, but we won't argue.
I'd say he's one of the most.
He's not the best playmaker.
Ever.
He's not the best shot creator ever. He's not the best. He's not even close to the best shot creator
He's
ever.
not, but if we're going by like the hockey assist and like raw assist numbers, he's always at the top of the league in hockey assist because he's that much of a magnet on offense. Like if anything happens around him, he's that much gravity. If anything happens around him, someone's getting a good look. Whether it's Draymond going to the rim off a fake to him, whether
I
it's the
just don't
second
think he
pass
gets
of
up. I
Draymond.
just don't think he gets all these threes off in a different generation.
But Sally, what's your point though? When you mentioned it, what's the point that you're getting at?
The point that I think that we were getting at is that he said that Steph was the best player. And
no, I'm saying he's the best example of like an offensive force that makes that.
You said
overcomes his
AI,
defensive-
Freezy. You said AI, and then he said Steph, and then I jumped in and started going on about something. But let's go with AI. Let's go with AI before Drake cut you off and said,
"Oh my bad."
That's how we got here. I don't even remember
because I think you were getting to a point about the playmaking on offense is significantly outweighing the balance of having being a great defender at the same time. Right. Mm-hmm. And I thought you were going down another thing with that, and that's the reason why I mentioned AI.
Yeah.
Right. So, Freezy, last year you mentioned Leon Rose, definitely not the Hollywood cast of the general manager, team president, and he hired as a coach exact same image of himself because Tibbs is not the Hollywood cast.
Yeah.
Obi Toppin is the Hollywood casted player.
And then as a power forward, he got Obi. As a point guard, he got Jalen. So basically, the C- I gave the front office this past summer because I said, okay, at least they got Jalen. My C- should now become an F.
Yeah. They should never have paid
a point guard.
They should never have paid Jalen Brunson $110 million when he was a backup point guard for the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, man, this hurts, man.
He scored 40 points in a playoff game against Utah Jazz weak-ass defense, and next thing you know, he got a bag. That's what he got. And he had Spencer Dinwiddie with him and 2 stretch fives. So what are you going to do? This has been my opinion ever since the beginning. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it all changes, and I hope that I'm not right. But he's literally. Why is he better than T.J. McConnell? Why?
That is. I don't.
Why? He's better. T.J. McConnell has way better defense, and he can run a point, and he can run a damn offense. What's wrong with him?
Oh man,
You're telling me, hey Dre, why is he not better than T.J. McConnell, Dre?
I'm not about to co-sign that.
I'm not going to co-sign that neither.
His defense, but hold on, T.J. McConnell's defense is 10 times better than Jalen's.
He's a good player, but the point of the game, bro.
He's elite. It's not good on defense. He's elite. He led the NBA in steals.
T.J. McConnell could not start for any team.
T.J. McConnell could start for a lot of teams.
No.
If he could shoot.
No. If he could shoot, exactly, but he can't.
If he could shoot, he would start for every team.
Oh, okay, because his defense is that good. That's a giant if.
But if we use it the if game, if Brunson could defend.
If Brunson could defend, that's what I'm saying. Is like,
having this conversation.
Right. This is my point, is that I'm throwing the polar opposite player at you, and you are saying because he can't do what is publicly notarized.
Let me put it down.
Why is Marcus Smart the starting point
you
guard?
You might agree that Brunson is overpaid, and he very well be overpaid. But if you went on the open market, he would fetch a ton more money than T.J. McConnell because he is more valuable than T.J. McConnell.
Of course, he would fetch a lot more money.
Because the point is putting the ball in the hole. He's a better player than T.J. McConnell. Come on now, you can't.
He's a better offensive player than T.J. McConnell.
No, he's just a better player than T.J. McConnell.
He's a better offensive player than T.J. McConnell.
Nah, he's just a better player.
He's not I'm
not about to besmirch him that bad that you're comparing him to.
That's fine.
A guy that has never started on any team.
That's fine. He started for the 76ers for a while. That's fine.
And they were a terrible basketball team when he did that.
I don't really mind that I'm saying that T.J. McConnell's a better defensive player than Jalen Brunson.
That's fine, but he's not a better basketball player than him. He can be a better defender. There's a ton of players that are better defenders.
That's fine. So the point that I'm making is what makes him better for your team?
Okay, so here's my macro question. 'Cause you guys go in micro.
Do you think the Knicks would be better if they had TJ McConnell starting?
They'd
at
have
point guard?
more money.
No. Do you think they would be better if they had him starting? Yes or no?
They would be the same.
No.
All right.
They wouldn't have got blown out by 145 today because McConnell
Hey, look,
would have
man.
put defense.
Nah, it wasn't McConnell because he didn't even play in the third quarter. Like when they subbed him out, and we were still getting blown out because our defense was terrible with or without him.
The point that okay,
with or without him, the defense was horrible.
Yes, I get it, Dre. I get it. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I'm just trying to say is that there's other point guards that could do a better job that plays just as good as job and plays defense.
I'm saying like in a vacuum, maybe it was not the right idea to sign Jalen Brunson for the direction this team needs to be going in, but also plainly he's better than TJ McConnell. That's both
fine.
things can be true.
TJ McConnell.
Both things can be true.
Offensive.
However, so basically what you're saying is Freezy would probably co-sign on this. That Leon Rose is running some kind of like maybe like a Ponzi scheme or some kind of scam where he's getting all these people paid. He got Rick Brunson paid. He got Jalen Brunson paid. He's gotten his son paid with his CAA representation.
RJ is CAA.
He's getting. So there's some kind of scam going on where they're just taking Dolan's money and sending it around to all his boys. That's what's going on?
Man, Dre, your mic is mad sensitive.
Yeah, dude, it's Dre. It's been Dre.
No, I was tweaking it around my head. My bad.
It's been you
I was
the
touching
whole
it.
night, bro. It's you every night with that mic. Ever since you got that new
It's
mic.
because I keep touching
That's you,
it.
baby. You are like
I'm
the
touching it
loudest
right
mic
now.
in
That's
the
why
game.
I was
I love
touching it. That's why.
Okay.
Thank you, Freezy, for saying it. I kept saying it was Dre. And then, nah, it ain't me. I ain't got no feedback. You've been banging that mic the whole night.
It's because I was fidgeting with it. I was like touching it.
You nervous. That's what I got you worked up in that TJ McConnell take. hey, look, the Wizards are 3-1 without Bradley Beal. Are they about to trade their whole team?
Oh man.
No, because he has a no trade clause, so he can't really trade it.
Like the NBA is so up and down, man. That's why I love it. It's just like, you lose a game and the whole world ends.
Right.
Peace, Willie. Bro, they paid him $250 million and gave him a no trade clause. He is going nowhere.
Tomatoes are out. The tomatoes are out. I'm doing a good job.
I would say this to your point though, Wiz. Just real quick to your point. Leon Rose is not it. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do a video. I've been conceptualizing, hadn't written anything down, but what I'm gonna do is go back and look at all the transactions and the opportunities missed, and put it on and bro, I think we're at like 60. In my mind, I think we're at 60 or 70 missteps by this front office, and 3+ years. Yeah, man.
Is that deep?
Yes,
It's a lot.
Dre, listen. Hey, Dre, listen. The Austin Rivers signing. How do you sign Austin Rivers? Right, you sign Austin Rivers and you trade him the same year. You sign him to a 3-year deal and then you sign him then you trade him at the trade deadline. Right? There were so many missteps, bro.
They told him to go home after the first month.
Yes.
Like, don't even show up.
Right.
60.
Right. Yes, it's about 60 or 70 small things that equal up to this pile of dog crap that we have.
A lot of you're right, Freezy.
Right. And so I'm not bashing them because no front office is perfect. But this is what I want to say in context. Every organization is going to have 60 or 70 missteps over the course of, say, 3 or 4 years, right? But what outweighs the pile of dog crap is the dog.
Yeah.
Is the dog itself, right?
Exactly.
So you have 60 or 70 things, but every once in a while, you'll get you like a purebred something, a dog, somebody. And so it's like nobody remembers when Brooklyn signed Bobby Brown. Remember, what's the kid they got last year? The kid they got from overseas.
Yeah,
Remember
what
the kid
you
they got
talking
from
about?
Oh man.
To play point guard. You remember him?
Oh yeah, I didn't talk about Mike.
Something Brown.
Mike,
Oh,
Not Mike James. Not Mike James. That's him.
Yeah, that was
Mike
it.
James.
That's him. Mike James. Mike James.
Yeah,
right?
light skinned dude.
Right.
He dropping mad points over in Europe.
Right. Remember when Brooklyn got him and he looked good initially? Then they signed him to the rest of the season, and then he looked like dog crap after that.
Yep.
Nobody remembers that, right? Nobody remembers that. All people remember is KD's foot on the line shooting that three. Right? You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is every organization is gonna make a misstep. Anybody here remember Blake Griffin playing for Brooklyn?
Yeah.
The Blake Griffin, LaMarcus Aldridge,
broken down dudes.
Yes,
Oh, man.
yeah. Remember they were dragging in dead bodies. Remember that?
Yeah.
Jeff Green was actually decent at least for that, but
Yeah,
the other dudes broken down.
yeah. But nobody.
Them letting Bruce Brown go is egg.
Right.
Yeah, he's doing good in Denver.
Yeah, and so nobody remembers all the things that lead to this big pile of dog crap because Brooklyn, at the end of the day, they made the playoffs. But for us, we don't remember the trade that got us Vincent Poirier. Y'all remember Vincent Poirier? No, of course you don't remember him because we cut him and signed Norvell Pell. You traded for a guy and cut him and then went out and signed Norvell Pell, which makes me think, why didn't you just sign Norvell Pell? Why did you trade for a guy and then cut him? You're not saving money because you cut a guy and signed a guy. You feel me? Y'all remember when we traded for Terrence Ferguson? Remember the young athlete Terrence Ferguson, 21 years old when we got him?
I forgot that. Wow.
You know why you forgot it? Because we
cut him.
Because we got him in the same trade as we got Vincent Poirier. Vincent Poirier and Terrence Ferguson in the same deal, and we cut both of them. Yo, do the Knicks not need a young 6'7" uber athlete that all he wants to do is defend? What?
Why would he want to have Montero at 5'11" backing up Jalen Brunson?
Right. And here's the thing. Anybody remember us signing Luca Vildoza to a 3-year contract?
Absolutely not.
Right? Y'all remember Luca Vildoza?
Oh no.
How many minutes did Luca Vildoza play in the NBA?
Absolutely zero.
Wow.
Zero. Y'all remember? Here's one better. Here's one that'll take the cake.
Freezy's going down the list.
Yo, y'all remember when we signed Lukas Shamanich after he got cut by the San Antonio Spurs?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's
he doing down there?
Nothing. He was trash.
He was injured.
And they paid him more money to play in the G League than they paid Mitchell Robinson as a starter for the Knicks.
Exactly. That was the fact.
And we are sitting here talking about, well, give Leon Rose and them a chance.
Right. Stop. Yeah, you're right, Freezy. This is prisoner. This is Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome, bro.
Man.
Yo,
You so in love with the person that's keeping you hostage. You're sticking up for him, and the whole time,
you're sticking, and the whole time they are an absolute mess.
Right.
Dre. Do you remember us cutting MJ Walker? We cut Jacob Evans III, we cut Amari Spellman, and we cut MJ Walker so that we can bring in Michael Kidd Gilchrist and scout UCA into training camp. You remember that?
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying.
On the bright side, none of those players are in the NBA. Absolutely none of them are. So I guess we didn't miss out on it.
But the thing is with Jacob Evans III, the guard, he's basically Quentin Grimes. MJ Walker is basically Quentin Grimes. All three of those fellas. I figured all three of them are the same player. Spot up shooters, hard nosed defenders, right? But the thing is, you could have brought them to camp and let them get more experience playing with us and bring them into your system, whether they're on the big club or not. You could have had them around, like Trevor Keels is right now. You could have had them around and grooming them so one day they can make an impact on the big roster, right? But they didn't. They chose to cut them and bring in Theo Pinson, Skylar BCA, and Michael Gilchrist.
Nasty.
And Theo Pinson made the roster.
And he's still in the NBA.
Yes. How are
That's
you going to tell
insane.
me? How are you going to tell me you're going to keep Theo Pinson and not keep a young, talented player? Because Theo Pinson wasn't going to play regardless.
No.
Right?
I don't even know why Theo's in the league.
This is painful.
Bro,
I got Stockholm syndrome. I have Stockholm
You do.
syndrome.
Every New York
Yes.
fan does.
He has great taste in cigars. He has good taste in cigars.
He feeds you good. He keeps you in the basement, though.
Yes.
Right. And so what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to go on a rant here, but what I'm saying is
preach, Freezy, preach.
Is we go through this thing where we see all these terrible moves, right? We see all these terrible moves, but we are so excited that our organization is making moves. We give them a pass on how terrible they are.
Oh man,
it's so true.
Who makes more trades in the NBA the last 3 years than the Knicks?
It's like the Knicks and the Mavericks switch teams.
The Knicks make more trades and transactions than most teams in the NBA, bro.
Yep.
Wow.
It's just constant. It's just from an outsider looking into the Knicks. Because I'm not a diehard Knicks fans like you guys, so it's a little bit different of perception for me. It's comical,
right?
I sit here and look at it and I go, the Knicks are great. It's such a great team. Because over these next 10 games, what is going to happen to the New York Knicks is going to be fantastic to watch, good or bad. That's what people don't understand. The next 10 days, the next 10 games to the end of November, it's fantastic for the Knicks. Hold on. Y'all got to – no, you got the Christmas game. Who did the Knicks play on Christmas? The 76ers?
Yeah. Is it the Sixers or is it?
Yep, the Sixers. So on a 12 p.m. game, Freezy.
Oh, jeez.
They actually moved it to ABC. It was going to be an ESPN game, but they moved it to ABC.
Oh, they moved it to where you don't need a cable subscription, so everyone's going to be watching it.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Well, they did that partially to compete with the NFL.
Bro,
Christmas is on a Sunday.
Bro, I know so many people that go to the casino just to watch sports because all they got is a TV antenna. So the New York Knicks playing this Philadelphia 76ers on a TV antenna channel. Everybody's going to be watching that game.
Everybody.
You don't need no cable, no stream, no nothing. Just some bunny ears and an electric box.
They're going to be watching it for that first hour, and then the NFL starts at 1 p.m. So,
hey, but here's the thing. Though. Well, for one, I think they moved it too because you got two major markets.
NFL sucks, dude.
Yeah. The Knicks market, man.
But the thing is though, is if y'all think this front office is gonna stand pat, y'all are crazy.
It's
right?
about to get so nasty
because they've had the itchiest of trigger fingers for the last. Bro, as soon as Leon Rose got his job, you know what he did? As soon as he got his job, he cut Kadeem Allen, and then he cut Alonzo Trier. And then he did his introductory press conference.
Oh, just for a heads up, Packers versus Dolphins. So everyone will be watching Miami. Sorry about that, Freeze.
No doubt. What I'm saying is if you think these guys, I tell y'all the same thing in like every show, right? If you think the Knicks are not going to pull off a trade with the Oklahoma City Thunder this year, y'all bugging.
It has to happen.
Gotta happen.
We trade with them every year. That's our trade partner.
Yep, and you trade with the Mavericks.
Right. It's how we got Emmanuel Quickly. Emmanuel Quickly was drafted by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we traded for his rights.
No kidding. I didn't know that.
Yes. It's how we got. Think about it. It's how we got. The dude, Dre, the dude that Corey Lee, was that you that said number 50 looks like a shrunken down Paolo Banchero? Or was that subliminal? That might have been subliminal 209.
That's subliminal.
That's earlier today. He said that dude number 50 looks just like a shrunken down Paolo Banchero. But guess what? That's a dude we drafted. And we traded the rights to him to OKC for the 34 and 36 pick, where we took Rokas Jokibitis, who's overseas and never coming. And then
Ever.
New Orleans selected Herb Jones, and then right after that, we drafted Miles McBride.
Oh, y'all drafted Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
Yep, that's him. That's
So,
him.
so you want Trey Mann? I think the Knicks. I think that would be the dude to get. I'd love to see Trey Mann in the Knicks uniform.
Love it. He belongs here, bro.
Yep.
He belongs here. And then last year, y'all know about the Usman Jing thing. I don't have to remind y'all. That happened this summer.
They saved this from drafting that Johnny Davis kid though. So.
Yeah. Well, he went right before us.
Yeah, I'm saying if the Wizards didn't take him, we would have took him, and then we would have hated him.
And he would have been a shrunken down RJ Barrett.
Oh God.
What?
Yes.
Would you take Poku? Would you take Poku and Trey Mann for, let's say, 2 first-round picks?
As a prospect, I like Poku a lot, but he wouldn't fit here because Tibbs would have to get fired immediately because Tibbs would never play in.
Dre,
Tibbs wouldn't play in.
Tibbs is getting fired.
Right, gone.
Like this, they're going to go through this 10-game stretch. They're going to win 3 out of 10, right? I think that would be a really good accomplishment if y'all win 3 out of 10 out of this next 10 games. And then he's going to come back, and then he's going to get fired. How do you not get fired from what's about to happen?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even like I hate to sound like that, but you know,
and David, I agree with you. David says never should have traded Usman Jing.
Why did they?
Bro, because we have a stack of dog crap a mile high.
Yeah, we already have so many mediocre players.
Bro, you didn't just hear me say that this front office signed Austin Rivers to a 3-year deal and then traded him before the deadline of the same year?
I heard you. But so you get Usman Deng, you could have rolled down, he could have put him down in the G League, let him rock for a little while. Yeah. And I mean, that's what I didn't understand that trade because people were high on him. He's a European player, right? He's a French player.
The reason we did it was because we were trying to stack as many assets and like push things back to try to throw at a Donovan Mitchell trade, which we never got done.
This is something
because
I learned
teams are not interested in protected picks. You know, they were trying to outsmart themselves. That's what really happened.
Building a bullpen in Major League Baseball is chess. Okay. Building an NBA team is checkers. It ain't chess. Yeah. That's the difference. Is people treat basketball like it's chess, and it's not. You don't have enough time because the injuries are impactful. The players peak and their values skyrocket. Like it's just not the same game. You got to make quick moves, and you just got to make moves, and you just got to hope they work. And then if not, you trade the player because every player has value.
Right.
And this is the whole sense of like, oh my God, I wanted to keep Grimes. Like, why are you this? I will die on this hill. The New York Knicks need to be calling the Minnesota Timberwolves and giving them every damn thing they want for Anthony Edwards. That's it.
Right.
The only way Anthony Edwards gets moved is if they decide to just blow the whole thing up.
They have to blow it up, Dre.
But they just made that trade, so they have to see it through for at least a year, man. At least a year or two.
See, that's playing chess. If I'm running the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm getting my draft picks back, bro. I can't be running an organization without no draft picks.
But that's the thing. Like, this is how guys get fired. You can't renege on a trade that big, that fast.
Why not?
Unless the guy gets injured.
Why not?
Because that's how front offices get cleared out immediately.
Well, then I wasn't.
Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Dre, for saying that because I just mentioned the Austin Rivers thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they should have got fired for that. And you're not in this spot.
Right. Exactly. Yo, you know the brokerage houses. I work for many brokerage houses. You know how to make money by doing transactions. Buy or sell. You make money either way. So maybe Leon Rose is simply just a transactional operator who just looks busy by making transactions that may or may not amount to anything. But the fact he's making moves makes him look like he is a grandmaster in chess.
He's scared to lose his job. The reality of it is that if you go into a business scared to lose your business, you should not be in business.
Leon is the king of the soft landing, as Freezy likes to.
And he's leaving all his players out there to dry. All of his players are
he's
equally left out
playing
to
both
dry.
sides,
Right.
and he's scared to make the big move.
As long as the jerseys are selling, as long as the hats are selling, as long as the beer, they're running it like a business. And
the Knicks are winning at everything else except for the stuff on the court.
Yep, you're right.
The
And that's the truth.
The games.
Yep.
No, it's just about the money, just like everything else in New York.
Right.
It's just about the money. And that sucks. That sucks.
Is
I
it
think they care
possible
more about the
to
hockey
party-
teams.
Is it possible to play the party night before a game, a 12 o'clock game? But you look at it all the time, man. The Nets, Derek Coleman, I had the club until 4 a.m. Goes to the after hours club. I was there with him, so I knew he had a game in 4 hours when he left the club. And he didn't sleep. Some guys can do it, like LT, Lawrence Taylor did it. Dennis Rodman did it. But most guys can't handle that life.
Right. Yeah, most guys aren't doing cocaine too, you know.
For real.
They over there blowing that.
I mean, in the '80s, would you say most guys were?
Oh yeah, they were all
in the
high.
NBA.
Whoa,
Yeah, I mean, in the,
They were all high.
Ask Michael Ray Richardson.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is Sally. Listen, the what you're saying makes a lot of sense, right? What you're saying makes a ton of sense, right? What Dre says also makes a ton of sense, but it's from different sides of or different perspectives and different points of view.
Yeah.
Right. And so what you're saying is from an overall basketball fan, what you're saying is perfect. Anthony Edwards is built for New York.
Yes.
Right. And the Knicks, what the Knicks have, no matter what they offer for Anthony Edwards, it still won't equal up to an Anthony Edwards, but offer it anyway. Right.
Offer him every draft pick you have.
Right.
Why not?
Right. Because it's not like you know how to draft.
Right.
When that pick is on the clock, you always draft the wrong guy anyway.
Right. And the other thing of it is, Freezy, is this. If you do go get Anthony Edwards, how many more players are going to be more inclined to come here and play?
That is why when people ask me about Anthony Davis, I say yes.
Right. You gotta have It's like a player on your roster is location and business. It's all about location. Nobody wants to come to New York and be RJ Barrett's Robin.
Right.
It's like the special ed class got a ball and now they're trying to figure it out. Like it's not the way it works.
Let me give you one more. Let me give you one more PC correct, more politically correct.
Okay.
It's like who wants to be like in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Who wants to be the sidekick to Ant-Man?
Yeah.
Ant-Man, bro. I can't be Bucky. I can't be the Winter Soldier running next to Captain America. I can't be War Machine next to Iron Man. You know what I'm saying? I can't be. You know, something like that. You're gonna make me be the sidekick who is the 14th most popular superhero. Really?
Wow. You just called him the wise.
Everyone's heard of Speedy Gonzalez, right?
Right.
Yep.
How many heard of his cousin named Slowpoke Rodriguez?
I love Slowpoke Rodriguez.
And Slowpoke Rodriguez is a hilarious character.
Hey, you know he's
boy,
high.
is
You know he's high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
we need a bunch of guys that are like Jerry's uncle that used to just beat people up.
Right.
beat up
Tonight, go on YouTube, Dre, and look up Slowpoke Rodriguez. He was a better character than Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah,
I know Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Okay.
I'm not that young.
Okay, cool. Not everybody knows Slowpoke Rodriguez, and he is hilarious.
I like this uncle because he used to just beat up Tom and take his whiskers for a string every single time.
Yeah.
Slowpoke Rodriguez. That's the New York Knicks. Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so
Go get Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. And so the thing I get what the thing with RJ is that, and it's no knock on RJ Barrett, but things are what they are, bro.
Mm-hmm.
We all love RJ. But RJ ain't posterizing people. He's not having those 9 3-point games. He's not having the 50-point games. He's not
No
having
snatch
those.
back.
He's not getting those steals in the clutch. You know what I'm saying? He's not in nationally televised games. He's not going up for 40 against his peers. RJ Barrett is vanilla ice cream, right? And sure he is sure he's dessert, but he is the most vanilla of the desserts, bro. He's a basic dessert, bro.
He ain't even French vanilla. He's just regular vanilla.
No, French vanilla. No, he definitely slow down. Maybe in 2 years. Maybe in 2 years.
So you're trying to say to me that you prefer M&M to Vanilla Ice? That's what you're trying to tell me? Ice, baby.
Yeah. But Wiz, what I'm getting at is I think Selly is right. From a NBA fan's perspective, Selly is absolutely right. What are we doing? You've shown, left to your own devices, you cut MJ Walker and sign Michael Kidd Gilchrist. When we leave you alone, that's what you do. When we leave you alone, you sign Kemba Walker. Find out he don't work. You trade him the next offseason and use attach a draft pick, Jalen Duren, just to do so. You feel me? So why not just instead of it's like giving somebody.
Who's that echo?
That's Corey. Corey's
okay.
It's a blue back, brother.
But yeah, that's Lee. Hey, hold on for just
We better now.
No, it's about the same. Hey, I'm gonna just mute, and then when you're ready, just unmute. All right. So what I'm saying is why give the teenager the father's paycheck and let him pay the bills? Why? You know what I'm saying? No, don't skip that. Just skip that. Go out and get an Ant-Man or an Anthony Davis, pay the price.
And figure it out later.
Right. And then let them do the things that they are good at. The thing that this organization is good at is accumulating assets. Right? Dre, am I wrong? Is this organization not good at
this organization is also pretty good at finding value for lower picks.
Right.
But that's about it. Accumulation and finding value at lower ends of the draft.
And I disagree with you there too, bro.
But I mean,
who they find? Grimes? Who'd you find?
Grimes?
Mitch Robinson? He's not better than Mo Bamba. Like, what do you want, bro? Mitch Robinson's not better than Mo.
Don't do that. Don't do that one. Don't do that one, Sully.
They did not find IQ.
I know it's tough to know.
They found IQ.
Yeah, and they had to trade for his rights though because they were hot on him because Maxey was gone. So I mean, you got to give them some credit for doing that because they traded the Morris pick for it, didn't they?
Yes, but Dre, you know what they could have also did? Instead of trading with OKC, they could have simply selected Desmond Bane.
Right. They trying to play chess, Dre. Man. Basketball is not chess; it is checkers.
Desmond Bane is a very, very good player, but I feel like we don't even develop our players correctly.
But that's part of the thing that I'm saying. Like okay, for instance,
I don't think Desmond Bane would be the Desmond Bane we know right now if he was here.
He would. Yeah, he would.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, he would.
I don't know, bro.
Well, basically what you're saying, Freezy. Basically, what you're saying is we need to get low maintenance players with high end, with high upside.
No. What I'm saying is the front office is excellent at accumulating low value assets. That's what they're good at. Whether it's the protected first round picks, the guys in the second round, guys late in the first round, they're good at that, right? So why not take all of those assets, go get Anthony Edwards, and then let them continue to accumulate those draft picks, right? Because say they get Anthony Edwards this year, and then you let them do the thing that they're good at, accumulate late first round picks and guys in the draft, and then next year you can go after a
Bam
or a Moses Moody
Yeah.
or Jonathan
Bam's
Kuminga.
value's fallen.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Yeah, Gary Payton. You could have gone after Gary Payton, Josh Hart. You could have gone after. You could go
Gary
after Rui
Payton is
Hachimura.
like 30, man. Like you can't do that.
But he's the best. If you sign him today, he's the best perimeter defender on the roster.
Yeah, but on a team that
you
has
play
no
chess too,
spacing,
Dre.
he has no spacing. We would
You're a
just
chess player too, Dre.
our
You see the move. You
offense
see
would
the move I
horrendous
make.
if he was
You
on
see the
there.
move I make, and then you see with your rebuttal. I'm going to go ahead and get Gary Payton while you still trying to develop. While you still
You can't just make a move to make a move, though. You can't just make a move
I
for the sake
can
of
just
making a
make
move.
moves to make moves because that's how you win, by being active. When you just sit there, the water becomes muddy, murky, and diseased. When you make moves, you're keeping things light, and you're keeping the players right there knowing, hey, y'all fall out of line, you're out of here too. Like, that's just the way it is. This is a business.
What would have cost us to go from, 19th pick to the 15th pick in the Grimes draft and gotten Trey Man? What would have cost us? Probably a second round, right? 2 second rounders, right?
Wiz, here's the thing. You had pick number 19 and pick number 21.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And Trey Murphy III went 17. Trey Man went 18. You telling me you couldn't take 19 and 21 and move up one spot?
Right. That's it. Exactly what I'm trying to say. I know.
Right.
You can move up 3 spots and then choose either one of them.
Because they try. See, they draft like a fantasy team. I'll see what falls to me. Instead of just going and getting the player that you want and maybe drafting a little early or giving up a little more to get what you want, you pretty much get what's handed to you constantly over and over and over. And that's why you don't end up with that Desmond Bane or that Trey Man. And that's why OKC's got Trey Man coming off the bench. Trey Man's a lot better than that. He has a lot more potential than that.
Right. And it's because they have SGA.
Right.
If they didn't have Trey Man and Josh Giddey together,
right,
would be dynamite.
Trey Man has the best step back in the NBA. And if like his step back is like insane. He can hop back. It's amazing how far that kid can jump back in one motion to shoot the jumper.
Right. And for those that don't know what Trey Man is, think about CJ McCollum, Anthony Simons.
Right.
Trey Man can be something along that line.
He won't be able to finish. He won't be able to ever. He's not going to be able to finish like Simons, but he can do everything else.
Right.
Simons is just an athletic. Portland got lucky with that draft, man.
Yeah, and Simons is a dunk contest participant for sure.
Yeah.
And a 3-point contest participant at the
same time.
And a winner. Oh, he won the slam dunk contest. He beat Obi.
He beat because he put the ball in that little suction cup and he went up there and snatched it. It's crazy.
Right.
Kids are straight up, man. Kids good.
And so what I'm saying is for those that don't like maybe that Bradley Beal, CJ McCollum type scorer, like the 6'4" guy that is a combo guard, that maybe is not dunkalicious, but can do everything else, just a scoring machine. You have to take chances on guys like Trey Man, because even if they don't work at a bare minimum, you're getting scoring punch off the bench, right?
Yep.
You have to gamble on those. You have to gamble on those guys, man. This whole thing that Knicks fans have this syndrome where they dislike athletic backcourt players, and they'll point to guys like, man, you remember Dennis Smith Jr. was here and he did such and such. Bro, Dennis Smith Jr. is one example. But then when I point out before Dennis Smith Jr., you had Tony Douglas and Langston Galloway. Knicks fans think I'm hating. I'm not a hater, bro.
They're going to bring up Moutier. That's what they're going to bring up.
Yeah. Oh, man, I hate athletic point guards because they don't know how to. Oh, yeah. How did you like Chris Duhon?
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, man.
It's the athletic guys we get weren't good. That's what it was. That's it. They're trying to blame like a whole phenotype of player, archetype of player, and that's not fair because we get the bad variants of superstars. That's what we get.
The Wizards got this guy playing right now, Goodwin, in absence of Beal. Dude's in there dropping 14 a night. I don't even know where the guy came from.
I mean, to keep it 100, a lot of guys in the league can give you 14, 15.
And that's Dre.
Right.
You're
That's
right. And
that's why we were when he was saying that the TJ McConnell thing.
right.
I didn't really even disagree with him, because there are a lot of guys that could what I'm saying, get you that 14 a night, because 14 now was like 10 points back in the day.
It's not the same.
Right.
And that was my point. Thank you for clarifying that, Freezy. It's like I'm using TJ McConnell because I know it would be a shock name. People be like, "Oh my God, TJ McConnell." I don't know.
Who would you rather have, Alex Caruso or Jalen Brunson?
If we already had a decent point guard, I would take Alex Russo. But we don't. So I would take Brunson.
I think that if you had Emmanuel Quickly and Caruso, it would be a better backcourt than what you got now.
I think if we had Emmanuel Quickly and Alex Caruso, I think you would never even hear Quentin Grimes' name. Quentin Grimes would be a trivia question.
And Alex Caruso has sucked the last 3 games, but
yeah, because they're playing him outside of his role. It's a lot of stupid stuff going on. But
he's coming off the bench as well. So that's an echo from somebody.
Yeah, that's Lee. But
can't be me.
Yeah, man. Watch this. Hello. Bam.
Echo.
Yeah.
It was Lee.
Oh man, it's such a good conversation because the Knicks they got so many picks. Just do it. Just go out there and do something stupid.
I feel like a lot of the reason we might be down on Brunson is just the team composition as well.
It's not, Dre.
It's not. The team is not. It's not. It's a poorly put together team, man.
Dre, listen,
it's really just a poorly put.
Jalen Brunson should not be your starting point guard. I know that sounds so crazy, and it's crazy. I get it. I understand. It's crazy.
In the right scenario, he's a starting point guard in this league. This is just not the right scenario.
Right. He would have to be with Luka Doncic to be a starting point guard. That's or you just trade him to Miami and try to get some picks, try to get some stuff back, from them. I think
he would thrive next to Cade Cunningham, bro.
Oh yeah, he would.
I think he would. I mean, I watched Detroit again, bro. This kid,
Tyrese Halliburton, JB would be good next to Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
He's not fast enough. He creates his own shot. He's got 3 or 4 good moves. He's a fundamentally sound player, but he is not going to be the starting point guard at NBA Finals team.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna give you a list of names. Who would you rather have as a starting point guard? Okay. If you don't mind. Would you rather have D'Angelo Russell over him as a starting point guard?
No.
Okay. Would you rather have Russell Westbrook over him as a starting point guard?
No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Oh.
I'd take Russell Westbrook, yeah.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is not just the backcourt duo, but the team composition.
Yeah. No. Would you rather have Ben Simmons?
That's not the move on from that. Ben Simmons pre-mental breakdown, yes. Ben Simmons after the mental breakdown, no, obviously. Ben Simmons can't even drive a car right now. He's so fucked up. So screwed up. Sorry, Freeze.
I'm just trying to figure out where he fits in the hierarchy of starting point guard because he's paid as
okay. I'll give you 3 names. I'll give you 3 names. Would you rather have Brunson over Giddey?
For future prospects? No. Okay. No, absolutely not.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna give you 3 names because we're gonna find that tier that we can agree on. Would you rather have him over Anthony Simons?
No.
And would you rather
Dame is the starting point guard.
Dame has never been, in my opinion, Dame Lillard has never been a point guard. In my opinion,
he's still a lead guard though. Like CJ McCollum was not the point guard on that team, and he averaged less assists than Dame. Like no, because CJ went to New Orleans and they're complaining about his lack of playmaking because he's not a point guard.
Let's just use guard fair enough. Like
Well,
guard.
that opens it up to like.
Okay,
that
I'll use
can
a
of
different. I'll
worms.
use a different point guard since you're not going to take him over Garland.
No, of course not.
Okay, all right.
But
cool.
he's paid like 15th out of all point guards, which means he's like
And
he's
you're not going to
not
take him
he's
over
not top
DeJounte
10.
Murray.
No,
Okay, and we are taking him over Russ Westbrook, D'Angelo Russell, and let's throw another one out there. Mike Conley.
yes,
Okay, so he's those three. He's in between those. He's in between that. So
but
find
he's
someone else.
paid. He's paid like that though. He's not paid in the upper echelon point guard territory.
Right.
Like upper echelon point guards, Garland is on a $197 million contract. Like
Right.
he's
Which is
making
cheap for Garland.
he's making half of that. Like he's in the starting point guard realm of payment. That's what he's at. He's not like
So
paid
you're
like an elite player.
saying that what he's getting paid is worth the production. And that's fair.
He's 15th. He's 15th highest paid starting point guard right now. So I mean, yeah, basically on. It's not like he's elite, but he's
Man.
paid.
Okay,
He's paid
so there's a
on that type of
and-
scale.
There's a
And he's on a
guard.
sliding scale. Thank you. My fault.
You go ahead.
there's a guard named Trey Jones in San Antonio.
He's better than Trey Jones.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Okay, he's not though.
I'm almost
My
like
opinion,
Silly.
he's not. In
Silly.
my opinion, he's not better than Trey Jones. Not Trey Jones of lately. He's not.
All right, man.
My opinion.
Continue. You have more?
But what I'm saying is there's a lot of these point guards that are coming that are as good, if not just slightly less good. Trey Jones is shooting 41% from three right now, Dre.
He's shooting 41% period,
From three.
but he's shooting 41% period.
He's shooting 41% from three.
That's cool,
I
but
don't
he's
care about
shooting
the-
41 overall. Like
That's
if
fine, but the
Alec
point I'm making
Burks
is
was here, averaging 13, shooting 40 from the field and 40 from three. Will we say Alec Burks was like the greatest point guard in the world? No. You
Right.
can't just say one stat dictates a guy being better than another guy. There's a lot more nuance to it than that.
This is where you and I. We're not having the same conversation. The conversation I'm having is Jalen Brunson's are a dime a dozen in the NBA. He's not special. He's an average
He's not.
NBA player.
He's not being paid like an elite point guard. He's being paid like a starting point guard.
He's getting paid like $30 million less than Jordan Poole. It's not that much
Okay.
money over 5
Yeah,
years.
yeah,
bro.
you're talking about so you're talking about total deal or you're talking about AAV?
Talking about total deal. I'm not worried
If
about
it's AAV like average, it's he's paid 15th highest starting point guard. So
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a crazy number.
So Selly is saying he's an average point guard, and
Right.
Dre is saying he's being paid like an average point guard.
right. We're having two
Yeah.
different conversations.
Yeah. So yeah, I just feel like man, the dude's not a difference maker. He's not gonna set
Right.
the world on fire. You know.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and I'm saying the same thing. And I'm just saying there's some other names out there in the NBA, like Trey Jones, even Tyus Jones, the backup point guard for the Grizzlies, could do just as good a job as Jalen Brunson. I don't really see the difference. I just don't see it. And that's before the season started, that was the conversation. Like Jalen Brunson. Oh, we can't trade Grimes for Spider. Can't do that. Can't trade RJ for Spider. Can't do that. We can't sell our picks. Can't do that. New York Knicks like being in. This is where you like to be. You like to be in the bubble of complaining about your team and realizing that no one's going to do anything about it because then you don't like change. You couldn't rip RJ Barrett out of the New York Knicks. Like you'll ride or die with RJ Barrett.
Who, me? Or
No, what-
just saying in general?
Just the team in general will ride and die with RJ Barrett, which is cool.
Wow. Would you guys agree with CA Mafia's assessment
What's
that we
that?
have 4 players that are liabilities on defense on our starting lineup? Is that
Yeah.
true?
Yeah.
Nah, I would just say Brunson is.
RJ's not.
No, I wouldn't consider him a liability. You just can't guard these lead guards, these
Right.
fast guards. But he's
Would
not
you
a
take-
liability.
That's a
Would you
liability.
take Terry Rozier over Jalen Brunson?
That's a push to me.
Okay, so we found a common ground. We found Terry Rozier and Jalen Brunson are an equal guard.
It's a push, and then he makes basically the same amount of money
Okay,
as
all right.
Jalen Brunson.
That's good. At least I always say you can only have a conversation if there's neutral ground.
Yeah.
You can't talk about stuff if you don't agree on something. Okay, I could agree. Jalen Brunson is Terry Rozier. Okay. How does everyone feel about that?
Oh man.
And you can say like Terry Rozier objectively is a solid point guard, but he doesn't impact the Charlotte Hornets in winning like as much as you'd want him to.
Right.
Wow.
But neither does Brunson.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But they're paid like in a $20 million range. So it's not like we're overpaying him. That's what his value is in the market right now. That's just really what it is.
Sally,
Like,
so Sally, let me say this real quick, Dre. Sally, basically what the Knicks did, in theory, is the Knicks have gone from having the 30th best point guard situation to having the 15th best.
That's a good step.
That's basically what we've done. Now, am I saying that Jalen Brunson is a top 5 point guard? No. But going from 30th best to 15th best, in my opinion, is a step.
That is a step.
Right. And so is he a true point guard the way that we like our point guards to play and have impact? Nah. But what do you expect from a second round pick, bro?
Fair enough.
Like
I agree.
I would say in a vacuum, I would take Lonzo Ball if he was healthy over Jalen Brunson, just because of what he offers.
The defense.
As far as a fit, as a natural fit for the team, but
because LaMelo has defense. LaMelo can actually guard.
I mean Lonzo.
We're talking about
Lonzo. Yes, my bad. Lonzo can actually play defense.
If it was LaMelo, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, LaMelo is definitely. LaMelo is. If LaMelo plays his cards right, LaMelo Ball is showtime, man. That dude is showtime.
Which is why I think he's gonna ask to leave, because I feel like he wants a market bigger than Charlotte. That's just his superstar personality, in my opinion.
Is that too?
There's something about him that kind of likes being the biggest thing in town, man. And you go to LA, you're not the biggest name in LA. No matter what, you're just not.
I think the Lakers are going to trade for him soon.
Yeah, what are they going to send? They got nothing to say. Why don't the Knicks give Charlotte every draft pick you got for the next 10 years and go get them? Oh, you guys won't do that. Send them R.J. Barrett and every draft pick you have. I bet you Jordan sends LaMelo. I bet you Jordan sends LaMelo away.
No, Knicks fans won't do that.
Right.
You know why?
Right.
Because Knicks fans will hear that. And immediately, this is what Knicks fans do. Oh, they're trading LaMelo. Let's send them quickly. Hartenstein. Who else is on our bench? Somebody.
Trevor Keels. We're gonna throw Keels in there.
Yeah,
Martinado.
Yeah. Let's send them everything off of our bench and the worst first round picks we have, and they better take it because we are the Knicks.
Yep. You nailed it. That was the whole summer. That's what we do. You got it, man. You must be a New York Knicks fan for a long time.
I'm sorry to admit that.
No, it's all good, man. It's awesome. That's what all summer was, Freezy. That was exactly it. I was sitting on this mic going, go get Mitchell. This does not happen if you have Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
This doesn't happen.
Hey, Dre, I'm going to say this, and I know I'm going to sound ridiculous, right? If we had Donovan Mitchell right now, this team might be, after 13 games, this team might be 11-2.
I won't say that.
You know why?
Why you say that?
Because of what Selly said just now. Because you're a Knicks fan and you can't see, and me too. And I'm saying this because we're in the same boat. We can't see the forest for the trees, bro. We just can't. We think one day RJ is going to wake up and be Anthony Edwards.
He's not.
And you know what? When RJ Barrett wakes up in the morning, guess what he's going to be?
RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett.
I'm like the friend that's just saying, "Hey, man, you've had one too many beers. Trust me, I got you." Not trying to be a jerk. Not trying to stop you from having a good time. I'm just the guy that's not as drunk as you.
But
I think the record will be better, but I don't know if it'll be 11-2.
That's a Knicks fan, though. We'll have a better record.
No. His teammate just dropped 51 and they lost tonight. Like we don't got nobody. He didn't play tonight. Oh, he did. That's why he dropped 51. Then that makes sense.
That's why he dropped 51.
But Dre, listen. Oh, Sully, to your point though.
Yep, I got you.
When you said you're like the friend that tells Uncle Freezy he's had one too many, right?
I only tell you once.
But you know what I'm telling you as a Knicks fan?
What's up,
bro? But they still have beer back there, and it's cold.
Yeah. You're right. And let me drive.
That is. I want to drive. I'm the designated driver.
Yep.
All right. And so for those out there, don't drink and drive. Know your limits. Drink water. But
and listen to your friends.
For the example that Sully gave, that's how Knicks fans think.
Yeah.
Like what we're doing has to be right. The other 29 teams have to be stupid. That's the Knicks in a nutshell.
The Spurs are going to rebuild faster than the New York Knicks with less moves. And they already got Keldon Johnson. And they moved on from DeJounte Murray because they knew this was not the future. His window is.
Don't forget Devin Vesely too.
And they got And listen, and once they trade Potel, when they trade Potel or whatever you pronounce his last name, Poeltl to a contender. What happens when he goes to Boston? Oh, I say that. What happens? Because Boston might pick him up. They've been getting all the Spurs players anyway.
I think the Celtics love playing small ball, and they have their center coming back. So, I don't see like a reality where they're going to target another 7-footer. Like their alternative away from playing their center that they have out is playing small ball. I don't see them running two 7-footers. Like they're not gonna be like the Knicks where they have a backup 7-footer for another 7-footer. Like
you're probably right. But the point I'm making is they're going to trade him. They're going to trade Poeltl. Where's he going to go?
The Nets could use him.
Okay, so now the Spurs could end up with Cam Thomas and someone else young. Yeah, one dude. There's quite a few rookies on there. The point is that the Knicks got to make these moves, and Freezy's right. You're seeing it from an outside perspective. What I'm saying is, with all good intention, go get a name. Make the New York Knicks great again. If you keep on with the same old,
you got a red hat on right now, man.
Let's make the New York Knicks great again. It was a good slogan. Might as well use it. And
is that Kanye?
Yeah, Kanye.
That's Trump.
Don't drop Kanye on YouTube, bro. We'll be on a different channel in a minute.
Yeah, we'll have 9 views.
Yeah. Nobody wants to talk about Ye.
Okay, so Knicks fans all think that we got 3 draft picks, 13, 16, 19 next year will be better than any star out there.
They're not going to be good. Majority of draft picks are bust. Like the whole thing about draft picks it's a facade. It's like gambling at the carnival. It's what it is. Instead of just taking your prize, you got a guy going, "Hey, listen,
exactly,
double or nothing.
Let it ride.
Wiz, you know this better than anybody. The thing about this: out of every 100 soldiers that come into the military, only 5 of them are keepers, bro. You know
absolutely,
that.
Exactly.
And when we say 5 of them are keepers, we don't even say that they're going to be elite. We're just saying that 5 of them are just worth keeping.
Let's go for
out of 100. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the draft.
Exactly. Not Rangers. Not Rangers. Not SEALs.
That's 1 in 10,000, maybe 1 in 20,000, maybe.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's why, to me, going for the sure thing and overpaying is the right way of doing it. Yeah, it sucks if it doesn't happen. If he breaks his leg, yeah, I get it. You're in a bad spot. But guess what? At that point, you're fired anyway.
Think some Knicks fans are gun shy because of the Melo situation.
Not some. Not some.
All.
Not some.
Most.
Majority. A good majority live in their own mellow land. You know, they come with their own. They come with their own facts when it comes to that trade. That's where they live. That's where they live.
If we look at all these if you look up all these super deals that happened, this Melo trade is absolute. We didn't trade nothing really for Melo.
Nothing.
Yeah, look at that. That was that was the trade. First round pick, Doug McDermott. Wow. Oh yeah.
You know what? You know why people were so mad about that Melo deal? Because the Nuggets won like 57 games the next year after it or something like that.
It's not that. It's that they were under the belief that you could have had him anyway.
Right.
At the very end of every Knicks fan who was opposed to that trade, their conversation is you could have had him anywhere. Far be it that a lockout was looming, right? Far be it that Brooklyn was looming, right? Because if you tell them Brooklyn was looming, no, Brooklyn wasn't looming. How the hell did they get Deron Williams 2 days later?
Mm.
Right? Why was it that Donnie Walsh was usurped and fired basically
for dragging this thing out?
For dragging this thing out to where they had to get ownership involved.
So can I ask a question? The time that the New York Knicks got Carmelo Anthony.
Uh-huh.
You there? What happened?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wiz, you part of Roger Troutman? Is that your computer love?
So
computer
when
love.
when that trade went on for Carmelo Anthony, was Carmelo Anthony anywhere near as good, or is Edwards much better than him at the time?
He was better than Edwards at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was damn near in his prime. Like, yeah, he was way better.
Melo might have been the third best player in the league at that time.
Okay, so when you see that, and you telling me we can't pull something off for Anthony Edwards, and I'm using him as an example.
We gotta. Well, see, because these trades have been inflated. You just seeing what Gobert got traded for. It's gross, man. It's gross.
That's why the Timberwolves could be in that desperate buyer's remorse. Like, I need to make a move and get some of these draft picks back.
I feel like the only way that happens the only reason if Ant had gotten paid, it would have happened already. But Ant didn't get off his rookie deal yet.
Yep, he's on his rookie deal. No way they blow this up so soon.
And he's not jeopardizing he's not jeopardizing his max bag for that.
Yep.
He can't get his max bag from New York?
He can get it from New York, but like you still have to play the game, bro. You can't just be toxic and just blow it up in your second year.
Yeah.
Or third year.
No way they blow that up.
That's how you get blackballed out the league after your second contract, man.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that the league would look down on Anthony Edwards' decision to leave Minnesota as unfavorable?
Yes.
And
yes,
Anthony Edwards.
It's the reason why Zion is still in New Orleans right now.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. They want you to take that bag. You almost have to take that bag.
Same thing for LaMelo.
Yeah.
Otherwise, knowing LaMelo and his pops, they would have been chirping crazy. You notice how when Lonzo became a free agent, everything around him was like weird, and they were chirping about him and where is he going and all this stuff. Like, once you're a star or you're predicted to be a star, that max bag gets hovering around your name. The league is doing everything possible to keep you to stay. So what they want him to do is to take that bag, and then he can try to force his way out after that. But if you notice, Donovan Mitchell didn't even really say much, even though he may have wanted to go.
New York Knicks,
he didn't say anything.
Knicks has to go get Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. That's it.
Tyrese Maxey might be on the way for a max bag himself.
So
he's not going to get a max, bro. He's not going to get a max.
He might.
Hold on. So what happens then? Philly puts up a for sale sign outside of their arena.
Philly's for sale right now, bro.
That's a hell of a sale because dude just dropped 59, 10 and 10 basically.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying Joel Embiid is never. Yeah. Joel Embiid do what Joel Embiid want, but he ain't gonna be able to do it for much longer. They got to sell him sooner or later, man.
How old is Joel? Like 28.
It's not even his age, bro. It's just the longevity of those guys. We've talked about this before, man.
Yeah, big
he's
man.
28 years old, bro. He doesn't have another 5 years.
They tanked way too long. They're gonna ride that out till the wheels fall off with him.
Well, I mean, I could go down all the players list. The bottom line is find someone that you can trade for. That's a name.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. It takes maybe every year like 2 guys end up out. So it's gonna happen. You just gotta know when or when to buy their time.
But they're not the organization to pull it off. Right?
True.
That's what
we always fall short.
That's what we fail to see. That people
why
say,
didn't you guys get Bradley Beal? I mean, why didn't you even try for him? Like it's just like
Beal didn't want to go anywhere. If you keep
Beal,
it,
I wouldn't want him anyway. He didn't want to leave. What he doesn't want to leave.
He didn't want to leave. He's basically a king out there. He would leave and not be a king somewhere else.
Yeah, Bradley Beal,
they treat him like a god in that organization.
Bradley Beal is definitely like, kind of
they
like
treat him like he's Kobe.
He's Ovechkin in DC. He's just
they treat him like he's Kobe. There. Like who in their right mind would give Bradley Beal 250 and a no trade? Like what kind of organization would do that?
You have to be them.
Desperate.
They're happy with him just the way it is. He's happy with them just the way it is. Why would you trade for Bradley Beal? Why would you sign Bradley Beal?
I don't know.
He would be unhappy, and he'd be unhappy any place else.
They're 8-6 this year, and they're winning without Beal.
He's not trying to win. He's not a winning ball player.
I don't know
like people are not gonna be like, you think about Bradley Beal's legacy. What do you like? Nobody's worried about
nobody.
Nobody. Come on.
Okay. He's like Shareem Abdul Rahim.
Rahim.
Yeah. Like nobody. And if Garnett didn't finally get off that ship in Minnesota,
you'd be talking about him the same.
What about Zach LaVine? What about going after Zach LaVine? What about somebody of that talent?
He's making $20 million with degenerative knees, man.
He's making too much.
His knees. He's going through like 3 or 4 knee surgeries, man. I'm not touching that. We're gonna get McDiced all over again.
The player you saw this afternoon, right? The
Yeah,
player you saw this afternoon, but they don't have
SGA.
They don't have it to go get him.
I don't even think we have anything they would want.
So right now the rumor
if we trade young talent, they already have better young talent than us without SGA.
Way better. Oh my God!
We can't even offer them picks because they have more picks than us.
Did you watch those young boys this afternoon? Oh,
just run up and down on us.
Oh my God!
And then even if they wanted vets, our vets are not conducive to help nurturing young players. We just seen RJ. You think RJ and Randall don't work? You think that's gonna work over there?
Dang, I missed the Philly part. God dog it. I wanted to jump in on the Philly part.
Go ahead, Free.
I missed it too.
It's your show, man. It's your show. You can do whatever you want.
Philly got sold 5 minutes ago. You missed it.
Bro, all I wanted to say about Philly is outside of Wilt Chamberlain, Allen Iverson, and Dr. J, they're the worst franchises. That's the worst franchise in history, bro.
No.
Think about.
You saying this as Knicks fans?
No.
Yes.
Sacramento. No, you can't say that. Not when Sacramento's around.
What's that?
No. When I say worse, I don't equate it to just the wins and loss aspect. I'm talking about what they do. For instance, was Trust the Process a success? Right. No, it was not, because think about the players they got rid of: Drew Holiday, Lou Williams, Andre Iguodala, Mo Harkless, Dario Saric, and Nikola Vucevic.
Freezy, would you throw away 3 All-Stars for one MVP caliber guy? That can answer your question if it was a failure.
Yeah. So here's how I answer it. I'm gonna say no, and it sounds absurd because I'm gonna say because I'm taking all the things that go with it. Because if you're asking me, would I trade Iguodala, Vucevic, Drew Holiday, Lou Williams, Mo Harkless, and I think not Tobias Harris. It was one other player I can't remember, right? For Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, I'm going to say no, and not because I don't value Joel Embiid, but no, because all of the losing and such that came with trusting the process in order for you to end up in the same spot as the playoffs is of that young core of Drew Holiday. So give me Drew Holiday. Give me a backcourt of Drew Holiday and Iguodala and Lou Williams off the bench. That's a young team that has no upside in winning a championship, but is going to win 47 games a year versus all of the losses, right, that you took to get Joel Embiid to get to the same spot.
No, Freezy, that
Yes,
team
you
was
do.
not a. I think
Somebody, I think
you're looking at it wrong, Freezy, because here's Philly's problem, right? Philly
Wisdom fell asleep, Freezy, I think.
right?
Oh.
Philly
No, I'm
usurped.
good.
Okay.
Philly
My point was that.
No. Philly usurped Elton Brand when Elton Brand built that team, and they had Butler over there, and they made a choice to get rid of Butler.
That's what did them in, right there.
That's what did them in.
No,
That's what did them in.
You know what did them in?
They chose Tobias over Butler.
They chose Tobias over Butler.
They did not choose. They did not choose Tobias over Butler.
Yes,
they
did.
No,
wait. They chose Takano Ben. They chose Takano Ben.
Bro, no. Elton Brand, and see, this is where facts get misplaced.
Go ahead.
It wasn't Tobias Harris. It was Elton Brand giving that huge contract to Al Horford that got him usurped. Because if you remember that ridiculously terrible
that contract was nasty.
That contract was
but that was after Jimmy had left.
Yeah, but that was after. That's after Jimmy.
But listen, I'm not saying that it was.
No, you right there. That was foolish. But the thing with Elton was aggressive.
Okay.
Elton was aggressive and maybe too aggressive.
Okay.
In the areas, see, he should have fired the coach.
Yeah, that coach was trash.
Yeah, the coach was trash. The coach didn't know how to. He should have fired the coach and kept that team together one more time, because the moment Butler left, it caused a major shift in whose team is this.
Right.
And a lot of it was because they wanted to coddle Ben. Because Ben didn't like being off the ball. He wanted to be involved. He wanted to do the dribble handoffs with JJ Redick. And getting rid of JJ Redick also screwed up the dynamics of that team.
That was another bad one.
Again, they didn't get rid of JJ Redick.
And they didn't sign him or something?
But they just didn't resign him.
Yeah.
They had all their chips in the middle. You see, that's the problem. They had all their chips in the middle, and for some particular reason thought they could just take it back. Like, you had to see that through.
AD, where their mistake was trading for Jimmy Butler. That was their mistake, right? Yes, because okay. What did Minnesota give up to what did Minnesota get in return for Jimmy Butler?
I can't even remember, to be honest.
I'll tell you right now. I'll look it up.
I can't even remember.
They got a stretch four and an all NBA wing defender. That's what they got.
Was it Rocco?
Yep, they got Robert Covington and Dario Saric.
Yeah, but Philly needed Butler.
No, Philly needed.
They didn't have a closer. That was their biggest thing.
But listen, okay. So what Philly needed was not Jimmy Butler. They needed because you know what started the fall, and the reason why Jimmy Butler was out of there. Because if you watch the playoffs, they did not have guys that could defend on the wing outside of Ben Simmons. Jimmy Butler's a good defender, right? But was Jimmy Butler enough for Kawhi Leonard?
No.
You can't. No,
But that's prime Kawhi. Like he was unstoppable.
That's prime Kawhi. Hold on a second, Freezy. Hold on. You're gonna tell me if you got Jimmy Butler on your team,
right?
And the other team has Kawhi, KD, or whoever,
right?
Jimmy Butler isn't your best shot to go up against him. It don't matter if you lose or not. Jimmy Butler at that time, today, is not your best option.
Okay, so who was the All NBA wing defender that season? At the end of that season, Jimmy Butler or Robert Covington? I know the answer already, and this is the reason why I asked you this trap question.
Robert Covington is a nice player.
He was a great defender at that time.
Yeah,
maybe the best wing defender in the league next to Ben Simmons.
But their problem was they couldn't close out games because their offense would bog down because they had to run through a big man that was their best offensive player at the time. But he wasn't ready to handle double teams and close out games.
And their big man was too conflicted with being Julius Randle-ish, trying to shoot threes too much.
Are you guys talking about the Philly-Toronto series?
Yeah, I mean, they were one shot away from going to the conference finals.
That entire run is what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
we forget how good of we forget how good Robert Covington and Dario Saric was as young Philadelphia 76ers.
And Philly had Markelle Fultz playing too, man.
He wasn't playing well. He's still not playing to this day. He's on Orlando on the bench somewhere.
Right. And we also forget how good of a young Matisse Thybulle was. And we also forget
Matisse wasn't on that team yet, though.
Okay.
You drafted after that.
Freezy, do you agree with this, Freezy, that, okay, you wouldn't have made those trades. I get it, because those were good young wing players at that time, right? But do you agree with the fact that you don't bust it up? You got to see that through.
Coach.
Right, but
Coach, what up, Coach?
When you say see it through, I'm saying see it through with the young guys that you acquired during trust the process.
Philly didn't have nobody. Their sixth man was James Ennis.
Yeah, but after you make those maneuvers and you have a big four, you just can't let that go for one season. You got to see that through.
I understand that, but contracts say you have to make a move. Contracts say you have to make a move. Like these dudes are free agents and stuff. What are you going to do? You can't just let everybody walk. You got to sign somebody back.
That Tobias Harris contract is absurd.
Yes.
That's the absurdity.
But he's worth it. He's worth it.
Not over Jimmy Butler. He was not. That's the absurdity right there.
Tobias Harris, when he was on the Clippers, he was the guy. He took a back. I actually think him coming to Philly hurt his career.
I think so too.
I think Tobias Harris could have been a lot better than having to deal with Joel Embiid's catering.
But he didn't come there from the Clippers. He came there from Detroit.
Right. He comes from Detroit.
He went from the Clippers.
No, he was on the Clippers. He was averaging 20 on the Clippers.
No. He was part of the Blake Griffin trade, right?
No. I'm looking at his numbers right now. He went from the Pistons to the Clippers, averaged 20 on the Clippers.
Yeah, then he came over with Boban.
To the Sixers.
He was traded for Blake Griffin.
What?
I believe so. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
When the Pistons traded for Blake Griffin, they dumped Tobias Harris off on him.
He was balling. He was the number one guy. That was
Why has he been on so many teams, though?
What's that?
Why do you think he's been on so many teams?
Because
he has a definite ceiling. He's a good player, absolutely a good player. But when you ask him to close out games consistently, there's a cap between a 20-point per game player and the guy that's a 25, 26,
because
27.
He got traded to the 76ers coach to be the piece next to Joel. Joel is ruining people's careers. You hear that, YouTube? Throw the tomatoes at me. Joel
bro,
Embiid.
Sully.
Joel
It took him
Embiid.
about Sully. It took him about 7 years to hit his peak, which is normal in the NBA, and his peak was 20 points per game, 21 points per game.
The
Joel
problem is
Embiid.
when you surround your team around a big.
Yep.
That isn't a big like Jokic. That's an offense facilitator. That you can't win.
I don't want 59 points out of my center with
In
8
today's
rebounds.
NBA, you can't win like that.
I would take 59 out of my center, man. Yeah,
Then
now
your center's only going to play 40 games a year.
well, I mean, he hasn't been injury prone since his first few years, though.
Bro, I'm not a Joel fan. I'm not.
In a weird way, he would work on this team.
Joel's injuries were been like after his first few years. His injuries have been like freak stuff, like getting bones broken in his face.
Bro, I take Wendell Carter. Give me
Wendell Carter over Joel.
Yes.
What?
Yes, give it to me.
Right,
Let me build
that's a
my
hot
team.
take if I ever heard one.
Let me build my team
Wendell has
around
the
that.
same outside. Like he won't clog the lane on offense.
That's a hot take if I ever heard
But
one.
at least on defense, Wendell Carter will, protect the rim too.
And Embiid doesn't clog your lane. Embiid
Right.
plays
we like
as much outside as he does inside.
Embiid was number 2 in MVP voting last year. What are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking
this is
about?
how I'm talking
That's
about.
not optics. He's clearly a superior NBA player. Like this is not even up for debate, man.
He is a superior NBA player. Okay. A lot of that has to do with his physicality.
But that's not his fault. It's not his fault that he's 7'2" and physically
260.
But the thing is, some guys are built to have individual success, and some guys are built for team success.
Right.
So, like the perfect example for that is Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Wilt Chamberlain was the most dominant force, but you look at guys like Kareem, Bill Russell,
Kevin McHale, Robert
they were
Parrish.
team dominant guys.
What about Dominique Wilkins? Built for personal success.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't admit you can't. Oh my God,
you can, bro.
That's flagrant. It's how you see. You're talking about how you personally see the game and where you would go. Wait, no, I'm not you, Coach. You, Selly, where you would go for your points, your offensive philosophy. You don't want it from your center.
No, I would take Joel Embiid, AD. I would. But if Joel Embiid was on my team, my star player would be leaning towards Tyrese Maxey instead of me having to cater to Joel's ego, because that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
That's what it
I
is.
agree with you
Because
there.
if you're talking about winning,
I'm
if you're
there
talking
with
about
you
winning
there.
basketball players,
Okay.
why is PJ Tucker on the Philadelphia 76ers? Why?
Because they needed a wing defender.
I
That's
don't
why.
think Embiid is purposely a selfish player.
And part of it is taking. And part of it was taking.
He's
Part of
toxic.
it. Hold on, Silly. Part of it. The reason PJ Tucker's there is an arm race to make the other team.
He's
in the
there
East
because
weaker.
Joel Embiid wanted him there.
And they wanted to make another team in the East weaker.
There you go.
They wanted to make the Heat weaker, and now the Heat are looking at Jay Crowder because they're missing a power forward on that team.
Joel Embiid will not win an NBA Finals on the Philadelphia 76ers. Jokic will not win an NBA Finals on the Denver Nuggets. Stamp it. I'll pay the whole panel $100 each.
Look, man. Some people said a small guard would never win a championship leading the team, and Curry
Who said
did it.
that?
It was a
Curry's not
common
even a
conversation
small
like
guard.
that. He is a small guard. He's 6'3". Like it's not a big guard. It's not, he's not the classic hyper athletic 6'6" guy that people looked up to Jordan or LeBron's or the big wings that in the game. Like
Isaiah Thomas won a ring, right?
But that was one of what 91, 92? What was it? 80, 89?
In the last 10 years, has the best player in the league won the championship?
Right. Good coach. Good point, coach. They don't. It's not about
you
that.
can arguably say Giannis and
Giannis
and LeBron
Kawhi,
when he won.
Giannis, Kawhi, and LeBron. Those years, they were the best players in the league.
Right. Like other than that, it was by committee.
Yep.
And
I
those
mean,
guys
I wouldn't even consider a committee because the other ones were superstars. They were superstars.
No,
They were
yeah,
like
I mean, yeah,
top 5 players. Like
But
You got all the Spurs.
when
You
they
got all the
won-
Spur rings.
you need a top 5 player to win a
Think
championship.
about when
That's
LeBron
it.
won, though. When LeBron won, like, Kyrie was going
Yeah,
off
like, but the thing
that
is,
year.
you need a top 5 player with a good supporting cast. If you don't have a top flight player, you're not winning, bro. Like you're not. If you don't have a top 5 player, you're not winning. The supporting cast matters, but you still need a top 5 player.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to
You still
be
need a top dude.
like you.
Like
It doesn't have to be the
this
best
year,
player, but it has to be close.
Steph was a top 5 player again last year.
Yeah, and they won.
Like the way he played.
Off his back too in the
And they
final.
won. See,
And Jason Tatum was also a top 5 player, and they lost.
Okay, but they were in the finals.
But they went against another top 5
All
player.
I'm saying-
Like,
all I'm saying is-
you said that like they lost to some bombs.
Silly, they were in the finals, Silly.
What I'm saying is this.
Silly, where do you want to lose? The first round or the finals?
AD. Of course, I want to lose in the finals. But the point I'm trying to make is that a top 5 player is not going to be the reason why you win or lose. The NBA Finals. It might be the reason why you get there. It might be the reason why you get there, but it won't be the reason why you lose
It's
there.
the reason why LeBron is the most vilified ball player.
LeBron
No
lost
one
to the
respects-
Dallas Mavericks with he is
Okay.
never going to be vilified nowhere, bro.
All right, so
He
you
lost
pick
to the
1
Mavericks.
year.
1 year, coach, don't do that. The Miami Heat had 3 Hall of Fame players. Dallas Mavericks had nothing.
Yeah, but LeBron is
What are you
Nothing
talking
compared
about?
to the
They
Heat.
had
Don't do that, bro. Don't even
they had
start
the
the whole
3rd
Miami
highest
Heat.
scorer in the NBA
No,
career.
don't do that. A broken
Dallas
leg, Dirk
Mavericks?
Nowitzki. A
You
broken
want a broken
Dirk
leg?
Nowitzki.
What?
Dirk was a Hall of Famer. Didn't they have Jason Kidd too?
Bro, did you see who they went through to get to the finals? They destroyed the back-to-back Lakers, swept
I
them.
saw the whole
Spurs.
thing. That was the greatest.
They went through the
NBA
Spurs,
Finals.
and then it went through the OKC Thunder.
That's
the
the
Navy
greatest
Thunder.
NBA Finals victory in modern history. Hands down.
No.
Okay, bro. Do you tell me? You tell me what NBA Finals, the recent NBA Finals, a
Oh, you
3
said
Hall of
recent.
Fame
I was great.
Recent
you
NBA
can
Finals.
arguably
Cleveland, Golden State. Cleveland against Golden State.
No, not
I would take, as far as outlier finals, I would take the Pistons over the Lakers as an outlier.
Dwayne Wade,
As in
Chris
talent.
Bosh, LeBron James, Ray Allen, prime, Dirk Nowitzki.
That wasn't Ray Allen prime. That was Ray Allen. and
Ray
his
Allen was prime for
Ray Allen wasn't on the first team. He was on the second team.
Ray
Yeah,
Allen.
second team.
Okay, yeah. Ray
Look,
Allen was
all
prime
I'm saying
forever,
is,
in my opinion.
like, Dallas had a more complete team. Like after those
No,
top
dude,
3 guys.
come on, coach. That is
Let me
bandwagon.
finish. Let me
Nah,
finish.
that's crazy.
Bro,
3
after
Hall of
those,
Fame players. You're saying
Bro,
Dallas was a more complete team.
why
than
do
the
you get to cut me off? I said after the big 3, there was a drop off.
A steep drop off. They had all vet minimum players because the salary
y'all
cap.
really,
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, Silly. Hold on, Silly.
Haslam, Chalmers, come on, dude.
Haslam and Chalmers. Okay, come on,
That's
dude.
that fall off. They had a bunch of vet minimum players because
LeBron
at the
James
time,
isn't enough.
At
I
the
mean,
time,
can we-
the salary cap at the time was like $56
LeBron
million.
James and Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade's not enough. You guys literally are saying you really are hearing yourself say this, right?
I didn't say it wasn't enough. Obviously, it was an upset. What I'm saying is,
Sometimes
Dallas
the most
had a-
talented team doesn't always win.
had a more
I don't.
complete team.
To keep it a buck with you. I don't think it was an upset. I think Dallas was the better team.
How can you say that? That's like the most.
Dallas was the
How
better
can you
team.
even say that?
Dallas was the better team that was
It's
playing.
not even
better.
an opinion.
Right.
No, Dallas was
Dwayne
the
Wade,
better
Chris
team.
Bosh,
Hold
and
on,
LeBron James are better than any three
Sally,
teams.
Sally,
you
you
Sally,
said
wait,
your
hold on,
opinion.
Andy, hold on. Sally, you said that 4 times and it's still whack.
No,
You
you're
said-
whack, bro.
No,
Freezy,
what
your
you just
opinion on
said.
that is
What you
bandwagon.
said.
You're
You said
clout
it
chasing
7
guys don't
times.
make a team.
You're clout
You
chasing
said
on
it 7 times and it's still a weak
Hey,
argument.
Freezy, hold on, time out, Freezy, time out. The top 5, that's fine.
Hey,
It
Dre,
doesn't
Dre,
mean he's
you-
right.
You're
You're
wrong.
wrong.
I'm
Dirk
absolutely.
Nowitzki, Jason Terry, Sean Marion, Tyson Chandler, and JJ Barrera. That's the starting five versus Dwayne Wade, Chris
but
Bosh, LeBron James,
Jason
Mario
Kidd
Chandler,
started,
and
not
Hansel.
JJ.
Silly.
Yeah,
Same thing. They're both.
Hey, wait. Who'd you say started at the small forward?
Silly.
The website.
Sean Marion.
Sean Merriman. Not Hall of Fame. Not Hall of Fame.
Right.
There's only one Hall of Fame player. There's only one Hall of Fame player. Jason Kidd was like 30 years old, 33 years old.
They were playing silly. The point that you're missing is
really capping on this, yo. You can't believe you guys lost points.
You're missing.
It's Selly point is so trash right now. Selly,
that's fine, man. You're trash. That's trash.
No, I'm not trash. I feel like I'm dope, but
no, you ain't dope on that. Freezy, you're not dope on that opinion, bro.
No, wait. Hold on. You said I'm not dope on that opinion.
You're not. No.
Okay.
Nowhere near.
So you right now are the opinion judge based on
you're right. Yes, I am the opinion judge because you sound like you want to just
Simon Cowell.
LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade is better. Those three players are all-time great.
Yes, they are, but that team was not playing better than Dallas.
There's something to be said for chemistry.
Now we're going to talk. The New York Knicks channel is talking chemistry.
Y'all killing me with this point. Y'all missing this. So for one, just to I don't even want to bash Shelly's point because it's whack on its own. I'll just let it.
You know what, Freezy? If you're gonna keep with it, bro. I don't know why you're going to keep riding it like that. Like, for real, it's not even like it's an unpopular opinion. Everybody hates on LeBron for losing that finals.
And bro, what I'm saying,
everybody hates on LeBron losing that finals.
You can't say
everyone hates LeBron. He's the Julius Randle of the NBA.
This thing sounds crazy. How we gonna say everybody? We can't hold everybody.
It's a popular opinion that LeBron
it might be
finals.
It might be a popular opinion,
right?
Okay. But the thing I want to point out.
He just came up short in the big moments. I'm sorry, Freezy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. The thing is, I just wanted to throw my little point in, right? So the thing about it is when Dallas got on the floor with a Jason Kidd, a Sean Marion, a Dirk Nowitzki, and a Peja Stojakovic, bro, you could not.
He played 26 minutes in the finals, Freezy. I'm looking at the box right now, bro. Peja played 26 minutes in the finals. Jason Kidd paid $225.
Tyson Chandler was Defensive Player of the Year level.
He's
for that
not.
year, and then he won.
Bosh, bro. Chris Bosh is.
Chris Bosh was overrated as hell, bro.
He's Hall of Fame, coach.
He wasn't overrated. He sacrificed his game. He sacrificed a lot for that big three, bro.
You can't let this shit be silly, though, bro. This is gonna be a real conversation.
That ain't silly. It ain't
That's a silly take, coach.
It's not a silly take. Bosh rode the coattails of those other two.
Bosh is trash. Okay, bro. All right.
I didn't say Bosh was trash.
You just said that.
Dallas was playing better.
I said he was overrated. I didn't say he was trash.
He's not. That's the same thing. Calling a Hall of Fame player overrated is calling him trash. He's a Hall of Fame player.
Dallas ran through a gauntlet to even get to the finals.
That's why I said it's the most impressive NBA finals in modern history.
And
everybody's telling me it's not.
I would say Hakeem's is better. One of Hakeem's is better.
That's why I'm so irate about this, is because everyone's telling me that wasn't the most impressive NBA finals in modern history, and everyone's saying, "Oh, they were supposed to win that."
No, really? Dirk beat the Lakers
top five. By the way,
Cleveland did beat a 73-win team.
Like, come on, man. Like, I mean, y'all were just banging up. You were just trying to gang up on me, trying to make me look stupid. I know what I'm talking about.
Ain't nobody.
Come on, bro. Don't do that.
You don't think the Pistons win over the Lakers?
No. I'm okay. I'm a big boy, but I know when I'm being played.
We thought you were a big boy, bro. We thought you could handle this stuff. Ain't nobody
giving it back.
For what?
I'm giving it back. I'm giving it back.
Selly.
You told me my take was trash. You told me my take
Your take is trash.
No, your take is trash, Your take is trash, bro. Like, your take.
Yeah. And we in third grade now. Now we in third grade.
Yeah, you're the one starting the name calling, though, right, Freezy? You're the one that got up there and said, "Hey, I'm gonna let Selly's things rock because it's trash anyway." You said that,
because you started
the third grade BS. You started the third grade BS.
You started the third grade BS. You started the third
No,
grade
you
BS.
did. No, you did. No, you did.
Sally, listen
Come
to how
on,
that
come on,
sound,
come
bro.
on,
Come on,
come
yeah,
on.
come on, Sally. What you doing?
Come on,
Yeah,
come
what
on.
you even
Let's
doing?
win
No.
today.
I ain't
Let's
gonna
win
play that.
today.
You guys are wrong about this. It doesn't matter.
So if we
That's your opinion.
but listen, if
It's
we're
not an
wrong,
opinion.
but if
It's
we're
fact.
wrong, but if we wrong about a take, okay, that's fine. But to say that I'm picking on you all of a sudden,
I didn't say you were picking on me.
that's ridiculous.
No. Hey, Freezy, I don't like once. Let me put it this way: it's forgetting and forgotten. Like I don't keep on it, but I'm gonna sit there. I see it like I see it. I'm not blind.
Yeah,
I'm not blind.
But Sally, to me,
I don't have any.
Sally,
I'm not holding on to anything.
To me, it sounds like you are saying that I am picking on you randomly out of the blue.
Who said that?
I'm skipping my lunch break for this.
Listen to what I'm saying.
We've had to listen to you bitch a lot, Coach. So here you go.
Yeah. So what I'm saying.
So here you go.
So
what am I
I've had to
bitching
listen
about?
to this.
Oh, you want to call me out? You want to call me out, bro? Really?
Come on.
Gentlemen, what are we doing?
What are we doing? That's what I'm saying.
Come on.
I just called you out.
Like,
You want to complain all the time.
I keep this bitch real is what I do. If
Me
that's
too,
bitching,
baby.
then I
Me
guess
too.
a
I'm
bitch.
keeping it real right now.
I bet you won't call me a bitch to my face.
No,
I didn't say
come
you were a
on.
bitch.
No.
Hear you, bitch.
Come on.
And I don't think listen, Sally. Listen, Coach.
Why are you dragging my name through the mud and all this? That's all I'm saying.
Because you're man. All right.
Just because I agree with them?
No. Go ahead, man. It's all good.
Yeah, it should be. It should. Yeah, man.
Can we talk about what we was talking about?
I'm just saying. You think the Pistons? You don't think the Pistons win is more of an upset?
Philly to this?
Dude,
because Philly is trash.
Okay, name the last finals team that's had 3 MVP players with one of the 2 greatest of all time.
3 MVP players?
With the greatest of all time. LeBron James is considered the greatest of all time.
And he didn't play well in that finals. He didn't play well in that finals.
Part of the reason why majority of people will not consider him the greatest of all time is because specifically of the loss to the Dallas Mavericks. That's the point.
He underperformed. And Dirk performed.
Dre, you act like Dre, the way you come across so like he just underperformed.
He did. He played bad. What you want me to say?
Horrible.
But that's not the point.
A lot of all-time GOATs have clunkers in the finals outside of MJ.
But a lot of them aren't playing with 2 other Hall of Fame players.
Matt, didn't Tragic Bronson happen? Tragic Johnson happen?
Yeah. We talk about. Let's talk about. We talk about modern. Let's talk about modern. But we talk about modern.
Recent NBA. I've said it 3 times. I didn't say the 60s, bro.
I mean, I mentioned
still
something
haven't
in the
answered.
80s.
You think the Detroit Pistons win isn't a bigger upset against the Lakers?
What year?
The
04.
year that Rip
04.
Hamilton and all them won.
04. And mind you, we give Braun flack for that. Kobe had a horrendous series against the Pistons.
Right.
He damn near threw it himself.
Yeah. So yeah, I would have to say that's a very big upset, but I will go to the lineup, Coach, and say the same thing. That Lakers team had 2 Hall of Famers.
They had 4.
4.
Gary Payton. Payne and Carmelo were Hall of Famers.
Once again, I have to act like I'm dealing with a math formula. I'm sorry, pre-old man Hall of Famers.
They were still playing well, though.
Gary Payton and Karl Malone were not prime Hall of Famers as Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade. That's what I'm saying.
But the Lakers had the 2 best players in the league, hands down, at the time.
Did not have.
Shaq and Kobe were literally 1 and 2 in the league at the time. 1 and 2.
Right. Okay. So do I
LeBron was 1 and Wade was maybe around 4 or 5.
To answer your question, Coach, yes. But since my sentence has been one of the most recent, this took place in 2004. The Heat Lakers series took place in 2011. That's over the last 10 years. There's not been a more impressive NBA Finals victory other than the Mavericks beating the Heat.
What about the Raptors?
I like that one too.
But they had the injuries though.
but
that's not it's not LeBron James. It's not LeBron James.
Right.
LeBron James.
But that Cleveland Golden State, Cleveland has 3 Hall of Famers on there. Cleveland has
who?
Cleveland has LeBron, Kyrie, and
Kevin Love is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Kevin Love is a Hall of Famer.
I don't think Kyrie Irving's going to be in the Hall of Fame, but
he will after like 10 years, but he's going to make it.
Yeah, but if we talking about based on play, just based on play, come on, man. If we talking
I
about
think
based
Chris
on play,
Bosh is better than Kevin Love.
Okay.
No,
I think Dwayne Wade is better than Kyrie Irving.
Prime.
Bosh is not a better player than Love.
No. I'm agreeing to. Man, it's debatable whichever way you want to go. But it's a valid. It's a valid.
That's just the whole damn thing. The whole damn thing about sports is whatever way you want to go.
Okay, Sully, and for hold on, Coach, and to make a thing about chemistry mattering and everything.
Right.
Wade actually fell off after that finals year, and they still won 2 championships. Wade fell off precipitously, and the next year and the year after that, when they won
That
2
kind of even
championships.
proves my point a little bit.
But chemistry matters, and help it matters. It matters. Like at the time, if we putting it in a box at the time, what team was playing better, what team fit better, what parts fit worked better. The Mavs were playing better. We were just so blinded by
Dirk.
I'm saying we were so blinded by the star power, but we didn't actually examine the product on the court.
So this goes back to how we got here, was needing a top 5 player on your team to win a championship. And then I said, well, Jason Tatum was on the Boston Celtics, and everyone said, well, what does that matter?
Dirk was a top 5 player. At the time.
Dirk was not a top 5 player when he won that.
Everybody didn't. Wait a minute. Again, everybody didn't say that. Everybody didn't say that against Jason Tatum.
Who didn't? People think Jason Tatum is the best player in the NBA right now.
When you said that, I did not co-sign either way. I think Jason Tatum is a young player that's ascending with a bright future ahead of him.
But he lost to another top 5 player, so that's what makes that a wash.
Exactly.
Right.
The other top 5 player put his team.
But that's not why I said I reserve judgment, because Jason Tatum is a young ascending superstar. That's why I reserve my judgment.
When
I'm not going
is
to
he
judge him.
not going to be ascending any longer?
When he reaches the top,
he is already, in my opinion, to be labeled, and many others' opinion, as good, if not Luka, Giannis.
He's playing at a top 5 level right now. He
has to start being put into that conversation. That dude is balling.
Right. Okay.
And that's why I'm saying the Boston Celtics got to the finals last year with the top 5, lost to a team with the top 5. So having a top 5 is not enough.
But Sally, so here's the thing.
Yeah, but
hold on, man. Let me just so the thing is Dre and I and others that are on this panel said the same thing. I think we agree. Superstars are made in the playoffs, right? Like you could be a regular season point scorer all you want, but until you can win on the biggest stage, we're not going to consider you a star. It's the reason why right now people don't consider SGA a megastar, even though he's super productive. And the same thing could be said with Donovan Mitchell, right? Donovan Mitchell is not a megastar because he hadn't had that playoff success that pushes you towards stardom. Jason Tatum has been there, but is he that Giannis yet? In my opinion, just like y'all state y'all's, in my opinion, I think Giannis is still better, right? So Jason Tatum at his age can still reach those pinnacles and things, and I think he will. So when I hear that, Jason Tatum may not be top 5, I'm like, whether he is or not, it's okay, because I think he'll get there eventually.
Because at the same age, Giannis was at the same age.
Better Robin than Giannis, too.
I'm saying at the same age, people were clowning Giannis for winning MVPs and not getting the job done, saying whatever narrative it is.
Yeah.
Whatever the narrative is, people basically will defame or overly criticize players that's not their favorite. It just
No,
happens.
what folks do is they take team success and attribute it to individual success.
That too. I agree with you.
You see,
Yeah. So, for instance, would you consider Jaylen Brown better than Chris Middleton?
I think that's a wash.
Yeah. It's a wash. It's a wash.
I think that's a wash. But Middleton did it. Middleton did it in the big moment.
Yeah, he was basically the closer.
Middleton's a better complementary player to what Giannis does, but I think Jaylen Brown's an all-around better player.
I can say that. I guess. Yeah.
There was a lot of games. Jaylen Brown.
Middleton had moments in that run where when Giannis was injured and he was, still
put the team on his back against Atlanta.
Put the team on his back.
Oh yeah, like pure scorer wise, he's up there.
Like very underrated, very unsung. Middleton is just a good basketball player.
Right.
Yeah, he was supposed to win. I think he was runner-up Rookie of the Year to Brogdon.
Man, that Milwaukee team had a lot of talent, bro.
Yep.
And overall as a franchise, this is what I want to say to Knicks fans. We look at Giannis as the darling of the Bucks organization, but people forgot Tobias Harris started with the Bucks. Spencer Dinwiddie started with the Bucks. I'm sorry, not with the Bucks. I'm sorry, but Tobias Harris started with the Bucks. The Bucks also acquired Chris Middleton when he was very young. They could have acquired Spencer Dinwiddie in that same Middleton deal with Brandon Jennings and Brandon Knight. There were a lot of young players. There were a lot of young players on this Bucks roster that could have developed. Giannis is the one that popped. If you're a Knicks fan today, and you see other organizations take these same steps as the Knicks are taking, bro, if you're the Knicks, you have to take a gamble at some point. You can't keep playing it safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't keep playing it safe because the Bucks took a gamble on Giannis, and they already had the kid out of Duke, the one
Jabari.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to build around Jabari, and Giannis was the one they built around.
And Giannis is the one that popped.
They picked really good. They picked Kevin Porter Jr. too.
Yeah, man, listen, the Knicks as an organization, the acquiring assets, it's like gathering bullets for war, right? You gathering all these bullets, at some point, you got to start shooting.
Yep.
And the Knicks are not doing that.
Blow it up.
Yeah, the Knicks are just gathering,
Coach.
Gather ammunition.
Hey, Coach, is it time to blow up the New York Knicks?
I never said don't blow up. I'm not saying blow up. Yeah, blow up half the roster. Yeah.
Would you just after today's loss, what do you think?
I think we have about 4 or 5 guys we should keep, and everyone else should be gone,
including the coach.
Yeah, and the coach.
All right. Did you see the next 10 games?
Huh?
Have you seen the next 10 games, Coach?
I'd say Tibbs should be.
Have you seen the schedule, Coach? Have you seen your schedule?
Yeah, I said if Tibbs, if they don't go 7-3 in these next 10 games, he's gone.
Okay. Well, at least you're realistic as hell. I'll give you that.
I usually am. Don't mistake my optimism and audacity of hope. Okay.
The Knicks hasn't killed his spirit,
right?
Being a homer, being twisted, bro. I've been at this game a long time of being a fan of the Knicks. Okay?
Yo, somebody Mike is doing something weird, man.
I've had the ups and downs for a long time. So
the Knicks are not letting him. The Knicks are not letting Tibbs go for a 500 record.
Right. Unfortunately, I know I agree with that, but
they're just not.
I'm just saying what I would do personally, what I think needs to happen. But
they don't have better than a 500 record. They just don't.
I disagree with that though.
No, they don't have better than a 500 record.
And it's not because of our ineptitude. It's not because of I think we're good.
I think teams just got better around the league, in my opinion.
I don't think the East is as good as we thought they were going to be.
What?
Yeah, from what I looked at, it's very top heavy right now, and there's a lot of question marks after the first 3 or 4 teams.
Oh man,
we just lost to one of the teams that had a question mark by 27 points, the Nets. So you have to like put
I know.
ourselves
Well, that's one
in.
game. I'm not basing my opinion on one game.
Yeah. I'm saying it's gonna be an up and down. It's gonna be up and down all year because of the talent level and the coaching philosophies.
I'll be more concrete with my opinion on that after about 25 games.
Okay, that's what most NBA coaches do is 20 games.
Well, we
that's
about
what
to
at
get
least
to 20.
I hear.
Just as a coach in general,
Right.
in life, and obviously I'm not coaching at that level, but
right, I got you.
Coaches deserve to have this is a new lineup for Tibbs. So, and I'm not giving him any leeway or nothing, but he deserves about 25 games to figure it out.
Okay.
Because he does have a new point guard. He's got 2 new big pieces in Hartenstein and Reddish. Reddish was not a big piece last year. I understand he was here last year, but he wasn't available as he is now. So those are 3 huge pieces of this team, and he's got to figure out how to work them in. He's got to dump the Fournier crap, obviously. But to me, in the end, it comes down to you look at teams like Milwaukee. Their front office is hitting on the side pieces so much better than everybody else. The complementary pieces. Look at Brook Lopez. That dude, you know who leads the league in blocks right now?
No.
Brook Lopez.
Yep. His brother's good too. He don't get no run.
And he's shooting threes. So he doesn't clog. They've got players that fit their best players' game.
Yep.
You're
right.
We don't have. We got a bunch of square pegs trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, and vice versa situation. So it's something that we either got to figure out. We got to figure out what pieces fit together, but it's going to be the whole year like this. A game or two of oh, look at this, it's pretty good. Then a game or two of throw it up. It's going to be like that all year long.
The roller coaster, like last year.
But that's
basically like last year, but younger.
Yeah, because the team just isn't that good.
Yeah, this year, there's no hope after the young kids disappoint.
Yeah, so coach, we went through this last year. I don't know if you watched last year. I'm talking about this channel specifically, but last year we would do the same. A lot of our frustration, and why I think Selly can't believe what he's listening to sometimes is because for the last 3 seasons we've been through like this highest of the high, lowest of the low, highest of the high, lowest of the low, all in the same week.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like legit, what we've been going through over the last few years is there was a stretch, we called it the Julius Randle Revenge Tour, when we knocked off Luka in Dallas, Zion in New Orleans, Ja in Memphis. Like we started in Memphis and made our way out west, all the way through to Phoenix. When we got to Phoenix, we had won 9 games in a row. Anybody in the chat? Y'all remember the 9-game winning streak 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Right, and we got to Phoenix. And Phoenix ran the blueprint on how to beat the Knicks. Like, you remember all the wide open threes that we gave up in that game? We were like, how are these dudes wide open for 3? Well, what it is Monty Williams. Well, I'll take that back. The dude that was coaching the Chicago Bulls at the time put a blueprint out there, and we were able to overcome it. We escaped the Bulls, right? And then by the time we got to Phoenix, it was already on tape. And so Phoenix destroyed us. And from that day on, teams had been doing that to us. They figured Tibbs out 2 years ago in Phoenix, Arizona. And now every time we play, you hear random power forwards say either a starter that's averaging 6 or a random guy off the bench killing us from 3. In that Phoenix game, there was a dude named Jay Crowder. We were like, how is Jay Crowder wide open every play? And Dre pointed it out tonight. that we give up what Dre, 20 uncontested threes a game? Dre said 20 uncontested threes. He said 20 uncontested threes a game. So basically what I'm getting at is the blueprint is out there for us to beat us, and Tom Thibodeau hadn't adjusted since 2 years ago. Is it time? Yes.
The league's there's too many good shooters in the league right now. Too many teams shoot too well to allow that scheme to work anymore.
Right.
Yeah, they just find the guy who's hot and then they put him in the corner and then they beat you.
Yeah, because we run the ice pick and roll.
And,
right?
and
Whenever. Oh, go ahead, Coach. My bad.
I'm sorry. And here's the difference between this year's roller coaster and last year's. Besides the Fournier thing, we're playing young guys now.
Yep.
And doing the same crap though, because he's using the old scheme with the new blood. It ain't working.
It's the system. The ice pick and roll doesn't work anymore.
Yep.
Basically, you trap them to one side of the floor. If they can get that ball off that one side to the other side, you have two open shooters.
Because let's face it, guys, besides one or two games this year where we got cold shooting and did some weird turnover stuff, and bro, our offense has been ridiculous. Yeah. We're scoring.
Right.
It's this defense, man. If you have two guys on the court that shoot 35% from three, watch out. That's it.
You can't beat a team that shoots 62%. Oh, they shot 62% as a team, bro.
Going into the fourth quarter, they were shooting 70%.
Right.
70.
And most of that is we gave them open shots, like you said, but there's this weird anomaly where people just.
It isn't an anomaly, Coach, because I said the stat before you even got on. The Knicks are one of two teams that allow 20 open threes per game. Open threes being defined by the shooter is open with 6 feet between them and a defender.
Who's the other team?
I don't know what the other team was. I just saw the statistic earlier, but I'll look it up.
Probably the Mavericks.
Minnesota.
It might be Minnesota, something like that. But they're giving up. Before coming into this game, they gave up 247 open threes.
Okay, so that right there is a highlight in itself. That's not good.
And the definition of open is not even like a slight closeout. It's 6 feet between you and the closest defender,
so
which is wide open. Which is wide. In the NBA, that is a practice shot.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's not good at all.
Nope.
And if that's a common theme, that's just defensive principles that are terrible. Like terrible defensive philosophies for the modern game.
The New York Knicks
the
are
only
about
thing I'm gonna give Tibbs I'm
Bail?
gonna back Tibbs on something is this. I don't think he's not realizing it and not coaching it. I think the players aren't fulfilling their end of the bargain when it comes to the intensity that's needed on each possession on defense.
But if you want to keep it real, we gave up the most open shots in the last few years. Like, just teams weren't hitting at a consistent rate, and we just run the same drop coverage over and over, and we're getting beat over the head this year way more than we were on other years. And like these guys,
the first reason is Tibbs' scheme for sure.
Yeah. Like it's in their scheme to give up something and protect the rim.
The secondary part of it is we got guys that are taking too many defensive possessions off, and we're not built like that.
They don't have it in them, Coach.
Are they taking defensive positions off, or they're just so out of position that it doesn't even matter what happens next?
145 points, Oklahoma City. Does it really make a difference if they're taking it off or they don't know what they're doing?
Like I could, if I could play clips in here, I would just run back the tape of just how the breakdowns happened, which is like
you should get that software and do that Kobe thing, man. Start doing your deal. Start doing your thing.
We can do it on Discord, right?
I think so. I would think so.
You can find it on NBA Advanced Stats. You can get each possession.
Yeah, but like a lot of the breakdowns weren't always bad closeouts. Some of them were, but a lot of them were just dudes like in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where to go or rotate, like Sims. Sims
can
was
break
lost
down
a
every
lot in
three.
this game. Sims was lost a lot in this game.
He ain't got it, man. I don't think Sims has got it. That's it. Move on.
And a lot of
Sims has
people.
physical gifts, but he's not
He ain't
an
smart,
elite
bro.
player. Like IQ wise, he's
Like
always learning.
he and the thing is, we think Sims is really young. He's like 1 year younger than Mitch Robinson, and Mitch is 24.
Yes.
He's a 23-year-old guy in his second year.
To give context, him and Mo Bamba entered Texas at the same time.
Yeah, he looking a lot younger than Mo Bamba.
Go ahead, Coach.
I'm saying iHeart is his age.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, him and think about this. He backed up Mo Bamba and Jackson Hayes at Texas.
Yeah.
He backed up Greg Brown at Texas. Yeah, he backed up Greg Brown at Texas, bro.
Why is he in the NBA?
Because he can jump really, really high.
Yep. There you go. There sums up the NBA for you. If you can jump, you're in.
Well, there's a lot of guys that can jump, but he's also like a solid frame. Like he's a solid guy.
And here's the thing about iHeart. If you just add up his games and minutes, like you know how like baseball kind of does the rookie, like he's really, as far as games and minutes wise, he's only played like a year and a half of the NBA, like game experience wise.
iHeart's the starting center of the New York Knicks, and Tibbs won't accept it.
He doesn't want to. Now, no, dude, and I know I'm an iHeart Hive guy. He's got flaws, you know. I know he does, but if no one sees it, they're just hating. The team is just better when he's out there, whether he's got shortcomings or not.
You're right. He can coach. I mean, you're right, Coach. He can pass the ball. He sees the offense. He's another, but he can. Anytime you can have a big that can pass is always it does help. So.
And he's unselfish, what you need with that team.
And like a lot of our defensive breakdowns don't even stem from him like making the wrong read. It's him being told to prioritize a specific thing, and then we have breakdowns that are just horrendous because we just overhelp. I mean, he's a solid player. But
Like a
to
lot
say
of his rim
Mitch
protection
has an
opportunities
impact.
are taken away because of the scheme. Like he gets to the rim late, like a lot. So it looks like he's not contesting layups when he's made to close out.
A lot of it is we run a lot of drop, and teams are just like, so what if you're gonna drop? I'm just gonna kick and get this open three, and your drop is not gonna matter. That's what teams are doing.
Good point guard. See that?
Yeah, we're trying to bait dudes into taking contested shots at the rim, and teams are like, why would I take a hard shot at the rim when I'm gonna take this open three that you're gonna give me because you're out of position because of the philosophy of your coach?
Because they see RJ Barrett doing it in practice every day.
Like, wait a minute. When we play against our scout teams and we play each other, they don't make this many threes.
Remember, I told y'all.
Right.
When everybody's saying, "Oh, Quentin Grimes looks really good in summer league. He looks really good in summer league," and I was like, "Well, it ain't good that he's playing in summer league. Right. It ain't good. That wasn't a good sign. This is." So if the other team's shooting 3-pointers and they know the Knicks can't make 3-pointers, what the hell does it matter if they miss one?
Like before this game, the OKC Thunder was 29th in percentage from three. 29th.
We should play a 4-1 defense.
Boxing one?
Why not? Boxing
not even a box. Well, boxing one's the other way. We should have four guys on the perimeter and just have Hartenstein or whoever the center is just go block the block.
Yeah. Everybody wants to see what they want to see.
We basically play that anyway and get our centers in foul trouble if we keep it real. So
we just need to get in a 2-point contest with teams.
Yeah. You need to play the Minnesota Timberwolves every night.
That's what we're aiming for.
That's what we're aiming for. We just can't get it because teams are too smart.
Yeah.
Teams will just shift the defense once or twice and get what they want.
Switch
it twice. I gotta get back to work, guys.
Too small, or we're just
too. Coach. Have a good night,
off the next 2 days, so I'll rock with y'all the next 2 days. So.
Peace, Coach. What were you saying, Cully?
No, I was saying our team's too small, or are we just too damn basic?
Well, the average. Well, the average. I want to say other teams' defenses are a little bit more advanced than ours.
What was the question?
No, I was gonna say, are teams really too smart, or like that smart, or is our just team's strategies just too damn basic, just too plain, too simple?
Basketball is a very simple game. That's it. I don't think it's smart. I just think the simple fact is
They're taking what the defense gives them, basically.
and the Knicks can't shoot. So you can never get back into a game.
I mean, the Knicks are averaging. Well, the Knicks are averaging a ton of points. It's just we're not stopping anyone.
Yeah. I don't know about a ton, but you've had your games.
I'll check. Hold on. I'll say we're at least league average, and if you're league average,
and you're league average, the New York Knicks is a league average team.
Hold on, Sonny. If we're going off Tibbs' track record, if the Knicks are a league average offensive team, we should be like 5-6 games over 500. If we're talking about Tibbs' track record on defense.
When the numbers came out last week, it was the talk of the ESPN or whatever. The Knicks are 15. They're 15th in this department. They're 16th in that department. They were like perfectly balanced across all the data.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Which leads to inconsistency.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like, if you're going to be consistent, just it's almost like this. I'd rather you be consistently horrible than the Knicks. I'd rather you be consistently good than
because
the
it
Knicks.
drives you crazy.
Because when you're like this, you can't fix it. I can't fix something that I don't know what's wrong with it.
The thing is you can't fix something that works perfectly the way you want it. It's just not a high performer, right? It's like you're not gonna put a Honda Civic in a race with a Ferrari, right? But the Knicks are like, yo, but this Civic is running optimal.
What is that noise?
And Dre rubbing his head.
I was scratching my head, bro. I was scratching my head, bro. I'm fidgety.
Can you just go get a microphone like Freezy, bro?
That sits in front.
Yeah, man. It'd be a lot better.
I actually do have one somewhere around here.
Yeah, log that up, bro.
I just don't feel like sitting in front of my desk.
Oh, okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get onto that too. Sometimes I'm sitting here like, damn it.
Yeah. I'll try to be less fidgety, my bad.
It's all good. It's just loud. But yeah, Freezy's right. The whole Honda Civic thing, that's exactly what it is. You got a well-maintained car.
It's dependable and safe.
Yep.
But the Knicks need to take chances, and they won't.
Yep.
And
when we do take chances, we take chances on a used 7 Series BMW with water damage. That's what
y'all signed Isaiah Hartenstein.
I mean, Isaiah's a safe. He is the definition of a safe.
He's the definition of being a Honda Civic.
Right. You know what's safe? Not throwing Quentin Grimes in that Spider deal.
Right.
That's safe.
Yeah.
But why?
Yeah, that was safe.
But why? What has Quentin Grimes showed you through 13 games?
Yeah.
So he light-skinned Frank, is what you're saying?
Yeah. He's not even Frank.
El DeBarge Frank.
He couldn't.
He has an injury.
Yeah, nah. He ain't even Frank because Frank averaged 6 points a game.
Frank went to the Western Conference Finals.
This dude's averaging 1.5.
He said he's in you wrong for that, so he said he was in the Western Conference Finals.
Hey, he was starting in the Western Conference Finals. He won a silver medal against US. He won a silver medal with France.
So was Brunson.
What's Brunson?
No, so was he. He was in the Western Conference Finals too.
Yeah.
And he's on our team.
But we're talking about Grimes though.
Right.
Okay, well,
Grimes is, I keep
trash.
I said it from day one, and people think I'm a hater of Quentin Grimes.
Freezy, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. If everything turns out perfect for Grimes, what type of player is he?
Frank.
Yeah.
Perfectly?
No way.
Yeah.
No. I said perfectly in the most ideal world. He's Frank.
Frank.
I'll do a little bit better, Freezy, for him just to have Terrence Ross.
But Sally, you know what? If Quentin Grimes played for the Washington Wizards, you know what they would be saying about Quentin Grimes right now?
He's trash.
Trash. But since he plays for the Knicks, he's Kobe Bryant.
Right. Yo, Knicks fans be tripping sometimes, man. I'm telling you.
So you saying he's not Brandon Roy? Crazy.
He's a dime a dozen. He's a dime a dozen.
Very sarcastic, by the way.
Yeah. This dude is, man.
He's a dime a dozen.
And man, Grimes is. You can find a Grimes, bro. We got a Grimes. We have two of them around the team right now. MJ Walker. We could call up MJ Walker, and he'll do the same thing Grimes does right now.
Yep. Quentin Grimes is. You could go and get Quentin Grimes tomorrow, undrafted, and you wouldn't lose a step.
and how Knicks justify it is they point out the immeasurable, intangible stuff. They'll say something like, Grimes has heart. Well, we can't validate that through analytics. So it buys them time for us to prove that Grimes is still Frank.
He's not even better than Austin Reeves.
No, I take Austin Reeves over him
right
now.
Like, that's where you're at, man. You're basically at a guy that has no chance.
Your best ability is availability, and he's not available.
And he's Frank.
You want to know why? You guys could have went and got Malik Monk. There's certain players that were signed this offseason that the Knicks could have grabbed if they weren't so fixated on this hope that these guys are going to become something.
But he's not a tips player.
And Monk is young.
Yeah,
Monk is super young.
I've always was high on him. I thought that would have been a great signing for the Knicks.
Yep.
You'd like to have him right now running the two with you instead of Fournier.
Yep.
He can do more than Fournier. He can play defense. He can dunk.
And occasionally, he can explode for 30 points.
Yep.
Occasionally.
But nope, Knicks don't want that. Knicks wants Quentin Grimes and Sims.
Right.
And I'm not being a hater, man. This is just an outsider looking into the New York Knicks.
Yep.
I think the New York Knicks has a lot of ego check to get done, man.
Yep.
They got to get their ego checked. Everyone's got to get checked
something's off. Something's off with this team right now. Like off, like more than off.
Tully, bro, y'all finding out Jalen Brunson is an average point guard in the NBA. You're finding out RJ Barrett's above average. Kelly Oubre, maybe. You better hope not. But I could definitely see him sliding into a Kelly Oubre because he's not Gordon Hayward.
I actually like Kelly Oubre.
A lot of people did, but
Yeah,
that's
the Warriors didn't though. They were like, nope.
A lot of people like Kelly Oubre.
He didn't fit with him like that.
Yeah, he don't. Yeah, he's not a winning player. And
Right.
Because think about it, he's been in winning situations, right? He's been on the Wizards.
They sit him down when it's winning time.
Yeah. He's played for the Wizards when the Wizards were in the playoffs every year. He played for Phoenix, right? He played for Golden State. Yep. So but he's even Charlotte made the playoffs last year, right?
No, year before.
Oh, was that the play-in?
He wasn't even there.
Play-in, yeah.
Okay.
And they lost. That's
He
what
was never on any team when they made the playoffs, really.
we don't want to see RJ fall into a Kelly Oubre. But it's not a long fall, Cully. It's not like he's got to fall 4 tiers. It's the next tier down. It's the next tier down. He's Kelly Oubre.
Damn.
Because he's not Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum. That's tier 1. Right?
Right.
No, hell no, he ain't them.
Right. So
where's RJ at? Tier 4?
3.
Tier 3.
Tier 3. And then Oubre's 4.
Right.
And the only reason, I mean, that's just my opinion. And it doesn't mean that I'm right. I mean, he's not going to score 30. But when you're tier 2, you don't have games like this.
Right.
This is not a tier 2
Facts.
player.
What was his shooting today?
He only played
2 for 10.
He played 19 minutes today, man. They benched him.
Yeah, Tim wasn't playing.
He benched him and Brunson. Brunson was having a decent game offensively.
Yeah, he benched Brunson. I found that surprising.
He benched him because of defense, bro.
I feel like he was panicking though, trying to figure out something. Because if it was for defense, Fournier would have not played the whole fourth quarter. And Fournier was terrible in that
Right.
quarter.
Why was he out?
But Dre, listen, their primary ball handlers, one had a 24-point triple-double, and the other one had 37 points.
But they were cooking no matter who was on them.
Oh God. Oh jeez.
I mean, at my line, they were cooking in the fourth. They were cooking in the third. When they took RJ out, they were cooking all the whole third because RJ came out 2 minutes into the third.
But
And they was cooking.
they got benched because Tibbs had to show them. He had to take the kid to the stove and say, "Look, put your hand there. I'm gonna burn you so you never touch it again."
Why does he does that with everyone except for Randall?
The guy finally puts Cam on Shea, and like at the end of the game.
When he should have been done that from the beginning of the game.
These are things you can do at the beginning, and it's not like Cam had to carry the load on scoring.
Freezy made a point. It was like maybe RJ wanted the challenge, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah,
it's the reason why he was guarding Anthony Edwards.
Right. He wants to be in that conversation. This is why he's tier 3. He's not tier 2.
And Shea made him look stupid a few times, I will say.
It's the reason why in their first game of the season he came out guarding John Morant.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think Tibbs knows that RJ on John Morant is a bad matchup? Come on, bro.
Because Cam,
but in the starting lineup at the time, Fournier was still there and Brunson. So I mean, we had no option. Are we gonna put Randall on him? Like
Cam guarded all these guys, right. Cam guarded all these guys and slowed them all down. That's the funny part. I seen him slow all these guys down that was mentioned.
And he refuses to just say, let him be the stopper. Because every time RJ is not on the number one option on offense, he has a good game on offense. You notice, right? Every time he's not on the number one guy on the other team, he plays pretty solidly on the offense.
Who he guarding the Pistons?
Who was he wasn't guarding Ivy. That's for damn sure.
Mm-mm.
So he got Bay.
I think it was Bay. Yeah, it was Bay. Bay had like a mediocre night.
Yeah, he's regressed a little bit this year too. Sadiq Bey's regressed.
Yeah, I think that probably has something to do with Jaden Ivey being so young and inexperienced. Jaden Ivey don't know how to play the NBA level yet.
No,
because we saw I saw a couple. I think I watched like 5 Pistons games from front to back, right? And there are plays where Sadiq Bey is open in a corner, but Jaden Ivey sees a post to dunk.
Oh, this is who RJ was guarding. He was guarding a lot of Alec Burks that game. Remember, Alec Burks came in and played a ton in the second half.
Okay.
And Killian Hayes got burned because Cade was out. Corey Joseph was.
If I remember, Killian Hayes balled that game a little bit, right?
Yeah, he was looking like an NBA player for a minute.
Yeah, he's a young buck. He's a young buck.
But they're gonna get rid of him because they already got their backcourt of the future. He was like excessive.
Now, see, if you want to take a shot on somebody, That's a 6'5". That's a 6'5" guard.
That's light skin Frank, man. I'm not trying to hear that. That is actually light skin Frank.
So I mentioned that already instead of Grimes and Knicks fan. Oh, wait a minute. Dre already said it, so I don't have to repeat it. I mentioned exactly what you just said. If you want to take a shot on somebody, why not take a shot on a young guy that's so young and so impressionable that if you bring him into the right system, he could develop into something. And Dre summed it up perfectly like a Knicks fan.
Right.
And no disrespect to Dre, because Dre, my man, you know. Dre,
I'm just speaking on the perspective because I know what Detroit Pistons fans think of him.
He's trash.
Yeah, they swear he is garbage. So that's not even my perspective. My homeboy, who is a
but
Pistons
think of this,
fan,
Dre. Think of
trash,
this.
so.
Think of this. So I'll break it down how I would think about it. I trade my picks for Anthony Edwards, and then I go get Killian Hayes because that's a draft pick anyway. Who you gonna get out of? So why would I take my draft picks? I go get the player, and then I go to Detroit and pick up Killian Hayes and see what I can do with him, and that would be like my draft pick. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's the same concept we pulled with Cam Reddish. So.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's how I would see it. Where it's like
except for Hayes, you don't have to trade a draft pick. You could trade a player.
Right.
You could get straight up give them Miles McBride, Jericho something.
And now I got a draft pick, and I can go trade those picks for a better, well-rounded player and start building. That's kind of one way you can do it, like what you said with the Cam Reddish. I think the Cam Reddish trade was legit. I don't think that was a bad trade. Not the way Cam's playing. You guys won that one.
And not the way Knox is playing, because Knox is not.
It's not playing at all.
So
not for the Hawks, by the way.
That was a good move.
Yeah, Cam was he played a complete game today. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Reddish, like I've always said about Cam, he was a number one recruit coming out of high school. He did get recruited by Duke. It wasn't like he was a joke. A lot of things weren't going his way.
He couldn't stay healthy. He couldn't put it together mentally, as far as consistency wise.
Now he's got a little bit of a shot going on, you know?
I mean, he's kind of done the same thing here. He had a good game against Memphis, then had spurts of decent play, then disappeared for 5 or 6 games, and then he's back again.
Right. And that's what you're going to get out of people like him. You're not going to get consistency because they're tier 4, tier 5 players.
But the thing is, we need consistency. Like
right.
You say you want a star, right?
Right.
What above anything else, stars are consistent.
Stars are consistent, and this is why Freezy, me, I think you, Wiz, sometimes Coach, I believe, was all about getting, and I'm sure there's other people, was all about getting Spider.
Yeah.
Because every single night, you know what you're going to get. It ain't a guessing game.
On low end, he's going to get 25. On high end, it's going to be 30.
Right. And then, yeah.
All right, but the thing about stars is when their jump shot is not going, they can do other stuff.
Right.
Right. Like on nights when Giannis's jump shot is not going, bro, he goes to the free throw line like 14, 15 times.
Get you 14, 15 boards and a couple block shots.
Yeah, and get the other team in foul trouble, which is a very underrated ability. Getting the team in the bonus with like 8 minutes to go in the quarter.
And it just neuters their whole defensive game plan.
Yep.
Messes up the rotations, messes up their flow.
Yeah.
It's a psychological thing. It's just, sports is it's just played between the ears so much. It's not even really what's going on the court. It's just between the ears, man. And
so real quick, just to shift gears, just real quick, man. What is the major move the Knicks have on the? The Knicks are cooking. This front office is one of the busiest in the game, right? For my personal account, I don't think there is a front office that's busier than the Knicks.
Yeah.
Right? What do y'all think? Like, who do you think the Knicks are targeting, and do you think they can pull it off?
Say it again. Who could the Knicks target?
Yes, because Ian Begley said one thing, right?
I was going to say, I don't even think they would be targeting anyone to actually bring back to help us win. I think they'd just be blowing it up just to get guys up out of here. Like to hard reset.
All right. So what do you get in return for the hard reset?
You could only hope that you get a couple picks or something. But I don't know if, like, for instance, if you were to hard reset and trade Randall, I'm not sure you would get anything back of value, of substantial value.
Yep.
So
you'd have to trade him to like the Clippers or the Suns, and there really ain't much to get.
Freezy had posted something saying, "Oh, maybe the Heat are interested." The only reason I don't take that much credence into it is because the writer writes for a sports website called Heavy.com, and they just put all types of outlandish rumors on it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like iffy on it. But on paper, it looked like a good idea, and it's something that Pat Riley would do because he's always thinking win now, win now, win now.
Right.
And I need to upgrade my roster, so on paper, it sounds like something he would do. But the only way it would happen is if we took back the bad contracts.
Yeah, I think they would do Randall for Lowry.
I think they would do Randall for Duncan Robinson and like filler because they really don't want that Duncan Robinson contract.
Oladipo.
Yeah. That's the only way I would see that happening. And that's one of the teams I do see would actually make that type of move because they're kind of in a weird position where they're competing, but they don't have enough juice to go over the top against like the top 2-3 teams in the East. And they kind of took a step back in talent when they lost PJ Tucker.
And it's because
I mean, he fills a role. So
I think Bam Adebayo has hit his ceiling. And
Yeah,
so-
he hasn't
Yeah.
progressed.
Yeah. He's stopped like at a certain point.
And I think they overestimated the what Kendrick Nunn or underestimated what dudes like Kendrick Nunn give that team. Gave that team. You remember Kendrick Nunn
Gave them a punch off offense.
Yeah, Nunn and Dragic, they actually gave them something from the point. And not all season long, but in moments.
And they were expecting Oladipo to be back to give them something, but he's still hurt.
I really think the team that Knicks need to trade with is Minnesota. And I don't know who you can get from Minnesota, whether it's Cat, whether it's D'Angelo, whether it's I just see Minnesota being a desperate team, man.
I don't see them being so quick to move off of something they just put together.
But
that fast. Like maybe next year.
Yeah.
Or maybe over the summer.
I know.
But I don't see them mid-year doing that.
They wouldn't do Russell for Randall because that means you would have 3 power forwards you want to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can move Randall to the 3.
He ain't no 3.
They can move the other guy. What's the guy that's 100?
Jalen McDaniels.
They could probably move him to the 3. But then what would you do with Anthony Edwards? You would move him to the 2?
Yeah, he's not a point guard. He's not a point guard.
He could bring it up, but yeah, he's not a point guard.
Yeah.
And the thing with them, like, it's so awkward and clunky. They don't have like wing defenders like that on their team. So they have Anthony Edwards guarding like number ones. And for his offensive load, like he's the number 1 perimeter option. And that's hard to do while being the number 1 perimeter defender.
Yeah, they beat Cleveland tonight, so you're probably right. They're not going to blow it up anytime soon.
I mean, yeah, Donovan didn't play though, and Darius going to drop 51.
Yeah, they're 6-8 though. I mean, they're not. Ain't like they're.
You know what, Freezy? Steve Mills wanted us to trade back to get Darius Garland, and people pissed off.
Yeah.
Steve Mills is like, maybe we can, trade back and get Darius Garland, get some other assets. And
would you trade Randall to Cleveland for Okoro and Osman?
You can get better value than that.
And a pick.
Well, if they sent us pick, then yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. I mean, Okoro and Osman, you would do that.
I would do it for Okoro and Kevin Love.
Okay.
And you know what that does? You know what that does, right, Trey?
It clears off cap space in the immediate future.
And it gives the starting spot to Obi Toppin.
Oh,
you know what's something? I think that might be a really good trade because if you could get Cleveland could use Fournier.
Right.
That would be a team that Fournier would go into would make sense.
Because they have defenders all over the rim,
right?
Paint protectors.
They just need another shooter to be out there standing in case Garland or
because they're trying to use Chetty Osman and like their best shooters are like big men, like which is weird.
Right. I would go to Memphis and do Evan Fournier for Brandon Clark.
Yeah.
I would do that. I would do that, but then we would have like 3 power forwards and 2 of them not playing the minutes they need to be playing because they'd be behind Julius Randle.
Right. But what it does is it infuses youth and energy. When it'll be bro, there could be stretches where you could play Cam and Brandon Clark together defensively, and all of a sudden you go from looking like a sieve to
like Brandon Clark is a really solid small ball 5 as well. Like he's super energetic, gets up and down the court.
Right at 6'8", 220.
Yeah.
The modern NBA center.
He's like what we think of Sims is what Brandon Clark actually is. Even though like Sims is a little bit bigger, like Sims is like 1 inch taller and about maybe 20 pounds more muscle.
Yeah.
But like Brandon Clark has functional NBA strength. Like a lot of Sims muscle is it goes to the wayside. It isn't really useful outside of maybe boxing out here or there. But he's not really like an intimidator at the rim. He may get a block or two, but teams are not scared to drive at him. You know? Like you can see the difference when teams drive at Mitch compared to when they drive at Sims. Teams will look up at Mitch and then like, you know what, I'm gonna make a business decision and I'm gonna hit someone else. I'm gonna hit the roller or something.
Who's this Nick Richards guy for the Hornets? He got a lot of run tonight for them.
Who's that? Big man?
He was
He's
a
a
center.
center.
Yeah, he was the center for the Kentucky Wildcats with SGA and Hamidou Diallo.
Oh, he was. Yes.
And they had Jared Vanderbilt. And you know who's the small forward for that Kentucky team?
On that team?
Kevin Knox.
Why you keep reminding me of this bum?
Man, he's a bum, Unc. We got a Cam Reddish now. We good.
We know more about our bums.
Stepping in the right direction, but
We know more about our bums than other teams know about their stars.
Right.
Yeah, dude. The Nick. I've never. That's one thing I've learned about hanging out with y'all Knicks fans is you guys. There ain't gonna. Don't try to come up here acting like a Knicks fan if you're not one. You will be outed real quick because y'all keep notes on everybody.
When you've been through a lot of pain, you remember.
Exactly. You gotta have receipts when you've been through pain, yeah.
Man, y'all gotta. It's like y'all could go back 20 years and be like, "Yep." I'm like, "Damn, I couldn't even name."
Because Knicks fans are always gonna bring up what we should have had, just like we felt like we should have had. We feel like we should have won that Rockets. No, him too, but we still feel like we should have won that Rockets chip. You know, we should have, but we didn't. So it's like we're always gonna feel like coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Because Pat Ewing's number 2 decided to just not show up.
Right.
Dre, don't do that.
John Starks gets blocked.
Dre, don't do that, Dre. Cully, don't do that, bro.
Why not?
Shoot
10% from the field and something
Just
goofy
saying,
like that.
All right, okay. Say if John Starks doesn't play in that playoff series, how far do the Knicks go?
Does it play in the playoffs? Period.
Yeah, in the playoffs. Period.
They don't make it there, but you still have to hold the guy accountable for what he did in the finals.
You got to hold him accountable for that Game 7 when he was playing on a Grade 2 MCL sprain and defending the perimeter against the Houston Rockets, where Derek Harper couldn't defend anybody. It's levels to this thing, bro. It's levels to it, bro. You can't just say look at the box score and say that man was trash. When Starks had said the series could have been over in Game 5.
What?
But it
Now
wasn't because of John Starks. Man, we poo-poo Starks, bro. It's ridiculous. It's like this era of basketball. We are gonna poo-poo Randall. When we look back on it, we're gonna poo-poo Randall, right? But then when you go to Basketball Reference and look at the rest of the roster around Randall, you're gonna be like, yo, that's why the rest of the roster was trash.
Yeah, Randall's gonna be forgotten.
Nah, bro, don't do that.
He's gonna be forgotten if we don't make the finals. No one's gonna remember Randall.
No,
Randall's gonna win a ring, bro.
Yeah.
Where? How?
Yeah, let's see where.
What's that?
He's not gonna win the ring as like the number 2 guy. That's for damn sure. Or the number 3 guy.
But Randall will. I shouldn't say he's gonna definitely win a ring, but I can see Randall.
He gonna win it like Mitch Richmond, maybe.
Yeah.
Like Gary Payton is like an 8th option. No, I'm like
put Julius Randle. You could put Julius Randle right now on the Utah Jazz, Memphis Grizzlies, Mavericks.
The Grizzlies, yeah.
Even the Mavs, him, Christian Wood, and Luka. That's not bad.
Yeah, ask them 3 to play defense though. There's a reason why Christian Wood doesn't start.
Christian Wood doesn't start. Yep.
I thought that was because of health.
Nah, he's just not a good fit defensively alongside Luka. So they run them in spurts.
Christian Wood is a one-trick pony. That's why he don't start, bro. Because if he's not scoring, what else is he going to give you?
Not a damn thing.
Yep, he's just a scorer.
Just look at everybody, right?
But Randall is, whether you like him or not, Randall is, of all the fours in the league, Randall is probably the best passing four in the league. Right? And you don't just go by assist numbers. Go by when Randall makes up his mind to pass. Is Randall a good passer? Yes.
I would say Giannis is up there, in my opinion. As far as passing out of double teams, passing out the post,
Yeah, but let's
playmaking,
keep
he's
it
pretty
to
good
where
at it.
we're, like I think what Freezy's saying is we're comparing Randall to another four like Cat, not Giannis, who is basically like
But he's still a four, though.
But he's like but it's not a fair. He's actually, Randall has a lot more skill than Giannis. Giannis is just a gifted freak. Yeah, it's just
athlete. Yeah,
it's not the same. Giannis doesn't have all the footwork and step backs that
Giannis has a lot of footwork.
And Dre, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and you might laugh, but Julius Randle might be the greatest power forward in Knicks history.
Yeah.
Name one statistically better.
How long did he have to play for New York?
Well, he's in his fourth season as a Knick, just like he played 4 seasons with the Lakers.
Okay, so what's the question?
Name
Who's the Knicks better power forward?
Name a Knicks power forward better than Randall ever.
Hey, you're going to use the advanced analytics, so
no, just name one. I just said name one.
Carmelo.
Melo was not a four.
I know,
man.
I'm only playing. He got used as one. He got used as a small ball one, but it's all right.
Yeah, I would say Kristaps, but I don't think you can say he's a Knick.
Amari before that injury.
Amari, bro. That's the comp.
I mean, he scored 30 in 9 straight games, right?
Amari. What did Amari do from game 40 throughout the rest of his Knicks career?
Nothing.
You're talking about, right.
Old school Knicks would say Charles Oakley.
No, they won't. They know Oakley is 12-10. Oakley is 12-10.
People don't break enforcement that high? No.
Dave DeBusschere, 12-10.
The funny thing is Anthony Mason's like the prototype for the modern big, kind of. Without the shooting, of course.
I think Julius Randle is definitely. Yeah, I think Julius Randle needs to be traded and let him free Julius Randle from the New York Knicks to let him go and win a ring.
Hey, Sully, what about this? What about this? This is one of the things that I challenge Knicks fans about, and it lets you know that there is the Knicks fans don't care about winning, basically. They care about style, right? Because if you're a Knicks fan right now, and you have Julius Randle, what would stop you from trading all these unproductive kids and bringing in stars to go with Randle to try to make a run at the championship?
I agree.
What would stop you from going after Kevin Durant?
Right.
Your ego?
Yep. Nobody's good enough, and nobody's good enough. That's the thing, It's not good enough.
Knicks fans are always 5 years behind. Like they want to build a championship with a young core, right? But teams started doing that 10 years ago. Now the Knicks are finally catching up, right? So why not just go try to win a chip, bro? Why not go out and get a point guard that's an old veteran that's ready to win, right? Why not go out and get two guys that are tired of losing on their teams and bring them here to see if you can make a run at the chip. Trade these kids.
So you wanna have the Mavericks blueprint when they won with Dirk. So
all the Pistons.
But that is an outlier, man. I mean, it's done. It's been happened. It's happened. It's been done.
Right.
But out of the 60 championship years in NBA history,
right,
it's probably 2 out of 60.
Right, but But I'm not. But listen, what I'm saying is that model at least gets you closer to contention than waiting on Quentin Grimes to turn into Klay Thompson.
And Dre, if you look at what happened to the Mavericks and the Spurs, is that they're consistently competing. They're at least competing. You got to get to that place where you're actually a competitive, you know, like you got to get in, or you're just going to be the Wizards.
Well, you gotta find the guy first. That's what you need. Then you can do.
Find the guy.
Then find him.
But what happens when you find them, right? And you can't keep them.
I mean, we found Melo, kept him, and we did him dirty. So,
but you didn't draft Melo,
and you didn't go to the finals either. The Melo thing is a lame excuse, man. I'm sorry. Melo did not get this team to the Eastern Conference Finals or the championship.
So you can't use him as an example of the guy.
He's Bradley Beal, Dre.
Right. Yeah. And what I'm saying
he's no better than Bradley Beal, Dre.
So then Donovan Mitchell's worse than Melo. So
what?
No, well,
what
already?
You gotta give him his time before you can say that.
Yeah, I would get. Yeah, I'm all for.
You gotta give him some time before you can, sum up a guy's entire career.
Right.
I mean, we're saying right now, Bradley Beal and Carmelo Anthony's one and the same.
Right. Alex English. The list goes on and on, bro.
They're just one-offs, bro. Like, at the end of the day, Kevin Durant, if it wasn't for those Warrior chips, he's Carmelo Anthony. I'm still calling Kevin Durant Carmelo Anthony of the modern NBA. At the moment, not what he was, but what he is today.
Right.
He is 25 to 30 points a night. And I'm going to give you that. But, if I give you anything else, I'm really trying tonight. That's not who he is. He wants to do his post fades. He wants to drop his 25 to 30. And let's go home.
Yeah. Because he's already proven he's already Hall of Famer. If he walked off the court in the second quarter and retired, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Hey, Dre, so what I'm saying is go out and get your Mike Conley and Jordan Clarkson for the Jazz. They want to tank anyway. Right. Go get them, trade them quickly and something for Mike Conley and Jordan Clarkson. You know what I'm saying? That way you can have a pure point playing next to Jalen Brunson. Right? Your defense will get a smidge better. You'll have scoring punch off the bench. That's not going to win you a championship.
What was your suggestion? I just missed it. On that.
Go get Jordan Clarkson and Mike Conley from the Jazz. Like
okay.
go throw them a young player. For
Jordan Clarkson and Mike. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because you were mentioning like the alternative to Jalen Brunson was the Mike Conley acquisition. And then you'd have like a legit backup point guard behind, like quickly, for example. So,
right. Right. Yeah. Just offer them that. Then go to teams with man. Go get Gordon Hayward. Gordon Hayward's in the last year of his deal, right?
Is it Gordon? I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Go offer Charlotte something like Evan Fournier and something. Evan Fournier and Quentin Grimes for Gordon Hayward. Now you have Hayward, you have Conley, you have Clarkson, you have RJ, you have Cam, you have Randall.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And listen, you ain't really gave up nothing because the pieces that you gave up, they ain't doing nothing no way.
Right.
And so you can make a veteran run, and I know what people are gonna say, but Uncle Freezy, this is the deepest draft since last year. I get it.
Been that way forever. It'll be that way next year.
I get it, right? I get it. People are saying, why are you making a run when this draft has such a Victor? Newsflash, you wasn't getting Victor no way. Right? You think Adam Silver is going to let the Knicks get Victor Wembanyama?
Wembanyama.
Yeah, him. Yeah, my bad.
And do you really want him?
No, we don't. No, we don't want him because
I would. But,
you see that dude fall the other night? You see him fall on YouTube? He ain't going to be nothing. There's a good chance he's Chet Holmgren, bro. Like, he's not 7'3" Porzingis.
No.
Hey, you know what the Knicks are? Freezy, you made me think about it. Cully, the Knicks are if you're trying to get from New York to LA by car, we could drive a Honda Accord reliably, but we'd rather drive a Corvette.
Right.
And potentially.
Yeah, that's us.
We gotta arrive in style. We can't get there in an Accord, no matter how practical it is.
Yeah, even though that Honda is very reliable, will have no mechanical issues, and is good on gas.
Exactly.
But
nobody
we
wants
want
to
to
steal it.
Yeah, right.
We don't even got Honda Accords. We got Honda Civics, man.
Honda Civics, bro. Oh my God. Hey, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing too. Just real quick. Just real quick. I wouldn't even mind going after Kevin Love. I go to Cleveland, and if I got Clarkson and Conley and Hayward, I would trade something to bring Kevin Love off the bench. But so while this is not, in my opinion, the most optimal way of going, it shows you that the Knicks are not championship or bust. We are championship with the kids. Because when we say, hey, how desperate do you want a championship?
Oh man.
Right, but if I told you can win a championship this year with a whole bunch of vets, if we traded the kids, what would you say?
No. I mean, the thing is, I'm son. Give it to me now. Give me that ring.
Right. A lot of people would say, well, I'm not gambling on vets. We did that in the past. So what?
Right. I know.
He said, so what? Do you want a championship or not? It's not about how you win it. It's about when you win it. Do we want to wait another 19 years?
Freezy, they want the pop cult. They want the culture to come with the ring, like the Grizzlies got.
Right.
They got the job. You want the pop culture. You want the highlights. The Knicks is not. You ain't got that.
I wouldn't even care about. I don't care about any of that stuff. I want a title, but
if you want a title, then you got to
the realistic way about it is to build it as practically as possible.
No.
And then flip your assets perfectly at the right time.
Okay, so basically you're saying is you want to be the Orlando Magic.
No, that's not what I said.
Because that's what they did.
Because nobody wants to go to Orlando. That's in there. Well,
Orlando's tough,
nobody did want to go to Orlando. Let me rephrase that now. Because Paolo's going to bring people.
Orlando sucks, bro. They always going to be trash. But let me say this. Dre, did you know the Golden State Warriors in two separate trades offered Steph Marbury for Andrew Bogut, and Minnesota looked at his ankles, his medical thing, and said, no, give us Monte Ellis. Did you know that?
Wow.
And also, did you know this? That the Golden State Warriors almost traded Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that. I did know that one.
Right. What I'm saying is organizations take risks all the time. The Knicks play it safe all the time, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, you're right. That's it. That's what I've been trying to say. I guess summed it all up, Freezing. Stop playing it soap. Stop playing chess, man. Play some checkers.
And here's the other thing, too. During the 90s, people criticized the Knicks for gambling too much during the 90s. Like, man, they traded for Xavier McDaniels. They traded for Kiki Vandeweghe. They traded for Derek Harper. They traded for Doc Rivers. They traded for Mo Cheeks. The Knicks, when they were at a certain level, were like, this level is not good enough. We're going all in, right? Man, in 96, we could have had Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and Michael Jordan. And we played it safe and got none of them. Do you know what this organization would have looked like if we'd have traded? Because we had think about teams with 3 first
They
round.
didn't want to trade Patrick Ewing at the time, did they?
No. They would have traded Pat afterwards. After they got Shaq, they would have traded Pat.
Okay.
Right. They didn't trade. They didn't offer Pat up first. The rumor was, if we get Shaq, Pat is gone. And we had a trade partner in place.
How close were y'all to getting Shaq? How close was it? Like realistically close? How close?
Shaq was only coming if we got MJ.
Wow. MJ
Yep,
and Shaq on the Knicks.
And a young dude out of high school from Lower Meridian High School. We'd have had him too.
You could have had Kobe, MJ, and Shaq.
Yes.
Yeah. And why did that not happen?
Because the Knicks didn't gamble enough.
Oh my
Right.
God.
The Knicks offered. I think the Bulls offered Mike like $28 million a year. The Knicks offered Jordan $35 million a year for like 2 years. And what they and I think what would have moved MJ is $40 million a year for 5 years.
And how old was MJ?
34.
Was it? Oh, so this was before he went to DC.
This is before.
Yeah, this is 96.
But listen, this is before the second. This is before the second three-peat.
Second
Oh
three-peat,
wow!
exactly.
So this is when you okay. Oh wow!
And he would have been raising a young Kobe. Imagine that. He would have been raising directly a
And
young
the Knicks with 3 first-round picks, they drafted Dante Jones, John Wallace, and Walter McCarty. Right, 3 dudes. The only reason why you remember John Wallace is because he worked for MSG.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, but that is freezing. You know, talk about old school.
Right.
71. There's a cat in DC who wasn't getting paid.
Right.
And was making it to the playoffs. No matter still, he was rookie of the year.
Yep.
He was getting his points.
All-Star game MVP, all that stuff. Yep.
All that stuff, and we decided to pay the team some cash.
Yep.
And bring him aboard, even though
and give them 2 whack players. And give them 2 whack players.
2 whack players.
Yep.
And we brought him aboard, and got a ring with him.
Yep.
Earl the Pearl Monroe.
Because we gambled. We took a chance. Yep. And
we already had another point guard. We had another point guard, and we thought, and they didn't like each other.
No, they didn't like each other because they were division rivals.
Exactly.
One played for the Baltimore Bullets. The other one played for the New York Knicks.
So I can see I have a different perspective on New York Knicks fans now. The old school ones.
Yes.
If you were that close to getting Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kobe Bryant, and it didn't happen, I'm sorry, man.
In 92, we had a trade agreed upon.
Wow.
Right, we were trading Patrick Ewing and $8 million to the San Antonio Spurs for David Robinson.
Wow.
Yes.
Yep.
David.
Yep.
Exactly.
And everybody knew the trade was going through except David Robinson. When the organization went to David Robinson to tell him about the trade, they just broke their heart. They couldn't trade. They just felt like they couldn't trade the Admiral because of what he meant to San Antonio. And so they backed out of the deal, and they didn't get the $8 million that they needed to keep their franchise afloat. Because the only reason why they would do the deal is because of the $8 million. Because the centers at the time were a wash. No matter if you had them ranked second or third or third or second, or Pat Ewing and David Robinson was the same player,
right?
Basically, you know what I'm saying. Pat was for it, and David Robinson didn't know. And the reason why the trade was even talked about in the first place is because Hakeem Olajuwon was so mad that he was the 20th highest paid center. He went to the Rockets and said, "Make me the number 1 paid center or trade me." They did it after like months of slander. After months of slander in the Houston market, Pat Ewing saw Olajuwon get the number 1 money. He was like, "Yo, either pay me my bread or trade me." And the Knicks got mad at him. They paid him, but they wanted to get him out of town. Bro, it's crazy how these things work. That's why when people come in and say, "Man, Knicks fans are dumb," nah, bro. We might be loyal to a fault, but when you look at all the backstories that have gone on with the organization, we've been conditioned to be this way. We didn't just wake up out of the bed and decide that we were going to be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these things. Hey, Wiz, you know who we got in 96 instead? Instead of Jordan, Shaq, and Kobe, we got Allen Houston, Chris Childs, and Larry Johnson.
That really isn't that bad.
Yeah, well,
I mean, in comparison, it sucks, but
right. And I'm sure we would have won 7 straight. We'd have won 10 straight. MJ would have carried us to 3, and then Shaq and Kobe together would have carried us to 4.
Oh my God, you guys would be the Golden State Warriors, Spurs.
Right? Because think about it, Jordan in his prime, right, with a team that just went to the NBA Finals 2 years before that. Right. The year before that, Pat Ewing missed a finger roll off back iron. Wiz, you remember that?
Yep. Oh, trauma.
Against the Pacers, right? 96.
Yeah, traumatizing me, man. Re-traumatizing me, yeah.
Right. Yeah, so what I'm saying is the Knicks probably could have won
7, 8, 9, 10 championships, right?
Exactly.
Because we were gonna get Phil Jackson, but Phil Jackson wanted a Shaq and Kobe type thing. So, in my opinion, and I don't know this to be true, but after a short hiatus, I think Phil Jackson would have coached the Knicks like in '98, right? The thing is, before you remember in 90, before he took the Lakers job, Jeff Van Gundy was on the hot seat, right? They were doing everything they could to fire Van Gundy. They were like, Van Gundy, if you don't make it to the finals, you fired, right? Knowing that everybody was hurt, right? Van Gundy does exactly what Van Gundy wins with a bad team, right? And then Phil Jackson takes the Lakers job. Instead of us just going out and firing Van Gundy, who won after Phil, remember this? After Phil took the Lakers job, Van Gundy quit 18 games into the season. You remember that?
Yep.
So we were like, yo, why did y'all just fire him? He only coached 18 games anyway.
Damn.
So Sally, that's where we are. That's why.
Yeah, man. I'd have to say if that all happened to me, following a sports team, I'd have a little PTSD.
I mean, don't let me talk about my favorite Nick, Bernard King.
Anybody in here like Orioles baseball? I'm not an Orioles baseball fan, but I follow.
Yeah.
Them. I'm a Mets fan, right?
We got a lot in common.
This summer, not this summer, but this random summer back in the day, the Orioles were in a bidding war with the Cleveland Indians and Chicago White Sox for Albert Bell. The Orioles pulled out of the bidding war because a dude named Tony Tarasco hit like 18 home runs. Hey, what do we need with Albert Bell for, man? We got Tony Tarasco. And for those that don't know who Tony Tarasco is, think about the Yankees, the Derek Jeter home run where the kid reaches over the fence to catch the home run.
Yep.
The dude in right field pointing up at the kid.
Yep.
Tony Tarasco.
Yep. You know that. That's awesome that you know that kid ended up with the Orioles.
Yeah.
Most people have no idea about that kid ending up with the Orioles.
Yeah, man. So what I'm saying is a Knicks fan, as a Knicks fan, bro, we have been through so much. Like, and I don't want to say PTSD. I think Stockholm syndrome is more because I think the Knicks intentionally do this to us, and we love it.
Yeah, you do love it. I love it that you love it.
Right, and the thing is we don't love it like because it's pure love. We love it because of the struggle. Like we internally love the struggle for some reason.
That's because it's a hard knock life for us.
Yeah.
It's a hard
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
It's a hard knock life for us, like Jigga Man said, right?
Yes, indeed, bro.
Boy, that was funny. Come on, man, that was funny.
Yeah, man. And Dre, think about how spoiled you would be if we had signed Jordan, Shaq, and drafted Kobe. Right. Think about how spoiled your Knicks. Growing up a Knicks fan, think about how spoiled you would be.
Spoiled.
You would be.
His childhood would be so much better.
Yes.
But Dre, let me ask you a question. How many milk cartons you use as a rim?
Probably a few of them over the years.
You know, we've all had that
on a door.
We've all had
Just
that light pole on the block that we gotta, climb on top of a car, get nail that in there real quick and shoot some hoops.
I could only imagine how it felt to be like a diehard Warriors fan, and they were trash for decades, and then they just figured it out, and then became a dynasty. Like that. That's probably the ultimate reward for those types of fans.
Dre, I don't feel sorry for them. You know why?
Why?
Because they, even in their losing years, their down years,
they were more exciting than the Knicks.
They entertained their fans.
Yeah. Right? Even in their down years, they were way more exciting.
They had the Run TMC years, or they had a scoring machine that you can go see every night, or they had a whole bunch of dudes that were real edgy. So it was like you had to go see
the We Believe team.
Yeah. Steven Jackson and Maggette them. You know what I'm saying?
B. Diddy.
Yeah. You know what the Knicks were rolling out in our down years?
I mean, we had Stephon.
In our down years, we roll out RJ Barrett.
Oh, come on, man. That's low.
Dre,
That's low, man.
Dre, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Are you an RJ Bear fan?
I want him to succeed because he's a Knick. That's about it.
But if he wasn't a Knick, would you be a fan of his?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go on my way to go see him play. Of course,
But you would go see Anthony Edwards play.
of course. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right, you realistic.
I mean, there's something to be said for aesthetics, man. Like basketball is a beautiful game when you play it right, and some players just look better playing it. That's really what it is.
Basically, what it is. So guys, I got to wrap up here because we crossed the 4-hour mark, and I didn't mean to. I wanted it to be 3 hours. Dang it!
Well,
and so not because of this conversation, but it's when you're a YouTube user and you see like a 4-hour video, you're like, I don't know.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Part 1, part 2, Freezy. Part 1, part 2 tonight.
Yeah, man. Listen, let me do this. Hey, thank you everybody for coming through, rocking with us, man. We appreciate y'all, man. You know, we're gonna do the same thing tomorrow night, man. You know, come join the Blorange Tears family, man. Come hang out with us, talk this Knicks basketball the way that y'all like this Knicks basketball to be taught to y'all. Selly, Dre, Coach, Cully, Wiz, Lee, who else was here? A bunch of people. Anyway, Nev. Thank y'all. Thank everybody for coming through and hanging out with us. We'll see y'all later, man.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.